meeting. If they're not council members, please mute them. Miss Carter, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
There's still a lot of noise going on. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is being called to order. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. I need IT to find the source and eliminate it. Ms. Carter, roll call, please.
Ms. Caldwell, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Present. What's with the screen?
I'm sorry.
What's wrong with the screen? I'm seeing Miss Wilkins and everybody that's on, and I can't see the agenda. Thank you.
Councilman Harrison.
Present.
Councilman Michelle.
Present.
Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Rodriguez. Councilwoman Vaughn.
Present.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Present.
Council President McBride.
Present.
Mr. Kaloji.
Present.
Mr. Cruz.
Councilwoman, excuse me, Councilwoman Vaughn, could you see if you could get Councilman Rodriguez to find out if he's locked out of this
Yep.
link, please?
Okay.
Go
Mr.
right
Cru-
ahead, Miss.
Mr. Cruz.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Mr. Cherry.
Present. Good evening.
Mr. Liston.
Present.
Mr. Bridges.
Present.
Mr. Wilson.
Here.
Mr. Douglas.
Present. Good evening.
Mr. Daniels.
Present. Good evening.
Dr. Lopez.
Present. Good evening.
Mr. Onateri.
Present.
Ms. Richardson.
Present. Good evening.
And Mr. Lavenberg.
Present.
Okay.
And Councilman Rodriguez, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Ms. Penny, Councilman Rodriguez.
I noted that he's present.
Thank you. We may continue with the invocation.
Almighty God, who holds the fate of man and nation, we most humbly beseech thee to bless this our city, these deliberations, and these thy servants, that they may act with wisdom and understanding for the good of our community and thou greater glory. Amen.
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 Now the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
You may continue, Ms. Carter.
May I have a motion to approve the minutes from the March 3rd, 2022 meeting?
So move.
Second. Who seconded?
Second, Council President.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Please note communications and petitions. Then we have a report on a raffle license the Children's Home Society of New Jersey is having an off-premise 50/50 raffle on the 21st of May, 2022. May I have a
So
motion?
moved. So
Second.
moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Harrison, second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Councilwoman McBride.
Yes, I just don't understand what is going on here. Does someone else has a device on?
They're in their car.
Like a car entry, Mr. President.
Huh? Okay. Now we have the consent agenda, Resolution 22-177, Resolution 22-208, Resolution 22-219, Resolution 22-220, Resolution 22-221, Resolution 222, Resolution 22-198, and Resolution 22-223, and Resolution 22-224. May I have a motion on the consent?
So
So
moved.
moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Rodriguez, Councilwoman
Yes.
Vaughn. Okay.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Now upon roll call from the Department of Administration, Resolution 22-204, a resolution authorizing the appropriation of $1,320,000 from the fund allocated to the City of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 for hiring and payment of seasonal workers and interns.
Yes, this is under the administration. I thought it was under recreation, but whomever it's under, I think that.
Well, Council President, can they move the screen, please, and keep up? The screen.
No, that's crazy.
The screen. No, the agenda was showing, but not the section.
We need the docket showing.
Yes.
Where's Mr. Rivera
That's the
at?
agenda, that's not the docket.
Where's Mr. Rivera, Mr. Cruz?
Madam President, Mr. Rivera is not manning these meetings. It is the support staff from IT that has been providing the support.
Well, this happened on Tuesday too, Mr. Cruz. This occurred on Tuesday.
I don't understand why, because there was even a dry run this morning to make sure that everything was working properly. So I'm not sure. Maybe the file must have been misplaced or something.
A different file here that.
You need the docket on there.
Correct.
Jerry, check your email. I just emailed you the docket.
I'm gonna start sharing the screen soon.
I don't know what that other noise is in the background. Someone has some type of device going, a TV or something.
The Cruz?
Okay, there we are.
You have to go up to it says where it says roll call. Okay, right there.
Right there?
It is.
That's good.
No, we're on 204.
No, we're on 204. You have to go past. You have to go past. Keep going up till you come to 204. It will say roll call. Yes. Keep going. Okay, right there.
There it is.
Mhm.
I'm sorry for that. I didn't have to.
So this is under administration. I thought this was under.
Yep, Madam President, because the disbursement is an ARP funding, it's,
Okay.
yeah, but as far as the positions and everything else, Paul has the breakdown and everything else.
Okay. So this needs to either. I would suggest that you guys look this over, or if we want to make a motion and second it, and then the council could weigh in on it, or it'll just go to a vote. So, Ms. Penny Carter, let's make the motion, and let's get the motion if you want to chime in. Make a motion and a
So
second,
moved.
and then the.
Second,
Who moved it? I didn't hear.
Caldwell Wilson. Who seconded?
Councilwoman Vaughn did.
All righty. And Councilwoman Vaughn, are you ready for discussion?
Yes, I would like to, I asked I asked the administration on Tuesday conference session to give us more information, to give us a breakout as to what portion of the funding will go toward hiring seasonals versus interns versus, I should say, college interns versus youth that are, still in junior high school or high school. And I received a spreadsheet, and it didn't really give me a clear breakout of how this money is truly going to be. It didn't give me an accounting of the 1.3 million. I'm still wary as to why we are using the ARPA funds for expenses that are traditionally funded with the budget. And for that, I would want to table this for further study, and have all my questions answered by June 2nd. Next meeting. I think that's the next meeting. And, I can really study it and get all the answers that I want, because the spreadsheet came a little late. And then when it arrived, it didn't have all the data that I need to really make an assessment. It looked like it was heavily weighted in the recreation and natural resources and cultures department, but I would like to see more hires in areas that we have seen a great need for, like in the sanitation department and the street department, and the public property department. And I don't see that. I see a lot of jobs that are very low wage, you know, for kids, I should say, the high schoolers and junior high schoolers, 14-year-olds to 17-year-olds. I don't see a lot of jobs that the administration is offering for adults. So I have some concerns about that, and I need the ARPA funds to be utilized for that purpose, to help families. So, whoever needs to mute themselves. So I want to move to table this, and hopefully, if I can get a second for one of my other council members. So move.
Council President,
I
I
second
don't
it.
get a motion going until we speak on this,
Okay, that's fair. Sorry.
if I may.
I would need for the councilwoman to withdraw her motion before we move forward. So
Okay, I
everyone else
withdraw.
is-
I withdraw the motion.
All righty, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, go right ahead.
Yes, I mean, according to the resolution, there are 5 categories of employment, and the majority is public works. Parking facilities is next. Park security and 26 employees is next. So it goes from over $500,000 to $200 and some thousand dollars to $359,000. And then recreation is only $37,000. The city clerk's office, who's desperately in need of employees, that's included in that too. So I'm confused.
I can't hear you because there's
I'm
somebody.
very confused.
Wait a minute.
Councilwoman, I have the floor.
I
I
can't
have the
hear.
floor.
I can't hear
Councilwoman,
because some.
Let me try to clear this line, please.
Why are you
You know,
yelling at me then? I'm trying to
Look,
hear.
listen, I need to clear the line. First of all, we come on this meeting and everybody knows that this is a council meeting, and they come on the line and they will not mute themselves. And I have an IT person that acts as if he doesn't have the ability to mute them. I have a councilwoman speaking, and I have families in the background. These are recorded sessions, and I need the public to respect that. And I need the IT to do their job and look for the noise and shut them down. But I apologize, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm a little confused about the councilwoman saying that, you know, that there's no adults being hired here. I don't think we have children working in public works. And they want to hire 24 employees for public works, 12 employees for parking facility, 26 employees for park security, 4 employees for recreation, and 4 employees for the city clerk's office. And then they've allowed for some potential overtime. So I don't understand what you're saying, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Is there anyone?
Yes,
Yes, sir. Sir.
Madam
Go ahead,
President,
Councilwoman Wilkins has the floor. Then we'll address you.
No, I'm finished. I said thank you.
I know. I was giving Councilwoman Wilkins the floor.
I think that I have to agree with, because I want to see I wish IT would get this.
Somebody.
Please mute those people.
Mr. Cruz, could you assist IT? Could someone assist IT?
Ready?
What I wanted to say, Council President.
Where are we going? I know, I'm turning this off.
I hope so.
There's a person logged in as no name. That's the person where the sound is coming from.
Well, they need to get off the line. They need to excuse themselves from the line.
Disconnect.
Go right
them.
ahead, Councilwoman Wilkins.
What I wanted to say was that I want to see this program go forth so that we can get our Trenton residents employed. But I think the logistics of this, it's not enough detail. And I think the logistics of this needs to be reviewed more. And I would say that I do believe that we should table this because I want it to go forward, but we have to have the proper information and we must have it timely in order to move forward and to make to make a proper analysis. I believe that when we ask for something, it should be something that's given within 24 hours. This went into a little longer. It went into 48 hours, into today, this afternoon. There's just not enough time to review, to make the proper decision and ask the proper questions and to even probably get the proper answers. But I would want to move forward to table this just so that we can get everything and all the logistics set out and to get the people employed. The only thing is I would want to see it before June 2nd. I would give a deadline of next week by May 26th that we have the information so that when the resolution is untabled, we would have had substantial amount of time to review. And that's all I wanted to say, Council President. Thank you. It's just too much interference right now.
Councilman Rodriguez.
See, my concern is that during the budget review every year, we find that recreation and public works has a lot of vacancies, and they are supposed to be filled, permanent vacancies, but they are not filled somehow. I don't know why, because the money is there in the budget. So now they are trying to stick these seasonal workers to instead of hiring permanent employees. I understand that well, it's good to use these federal monies. Our money now is there, but the thing is, when are we going to give a public works and recreation the workers they desperately need permanent workers, not just seasonals? That's my only concern. Thank you.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
I just want to add on to what Councilman Rodriguez stated. Absolutely, 100%. Not to repeat what he said, but I will add that in the analysis I did that Mr. Cruz sent over via John Siegel, the spreadsheet, I looked at it and I saw the term of employment for each lot or each group of personnel. And it was 3 months and 6 months. 3 months and 6 months. Now, and that's something that needs to be part of the analysis. And we got to make a determination. Either we hire, as Councilman Rodriguez stated, where there's an absolute need, and we heard from the community that the sanitation department is grossly under-resourced. I still have Willow Street, a resident from Willow Street telling me that their garbage is not getting picked up on a regular basis, and they're bypassing their street. Garbage is getting picked up late, overnight. So I don't understand this schedule or this plan, this resource plan, and how it's being funded, and whether or not the departments that are being resourced with the seasonal employees and for the term that they have placed upon each is the right, is proper. And I just want more time to do the analysis and get back to the administration, write up my questions, send them over, and be ready for the next council meeting or at the time period that Councilwoman Wilkins just allotted. So I will move to table it, and if one of my council members second me, I much appreciate that we could take the vote, Council President.
I would like to say something.
I yield my
Council
time.
President.
Council President, I had my hand up. I want to say something. May I speak?
Well, once she put the motion back on, it hasn't
No,
been
but you know,
seconded yet.
Miss Bond spoke twice, and I'm responding to something Mr. Rodriguez said, and I need to say it, if I may.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay, so we're talking about we're talking about two different things here. We're talking about full-time workers that comes out of a part of the budget, and we're talking about part-time for 6 months and 3 months coming out of the American Rescue Act. One has nothing to do with the other. Thank you.
Correct. Madam President, if I may.
Go right ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Madam President. As if it was brought up that information was not provided, as Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson stated, page 2 of the resolution is very clear as to the number of positions per the department that we are hiring. The docket goes to all council members on Friday. If you get a chance to review the docket before the meeting, answers can be provided if questions are sent to us timely. We're coming here on a Tuesday night. We're done with the meeting at 12 o'clock at night. And then Wednesday morning, we try to do the best that we can to gather all the information that is requested at midnight on Tuesday. So then, yes, it's going to be 48 hours for some things because this is not the only thing that is happening in the city. We have meetings going on. We have phone calls that we need to take. And there are other actions that need to take place while we do the best that we can to fast track the requests that are made by council at midnight on Tuesdays. So it is broken down. The request came to break it down by positions. Paul Harris put together a very good breakdown of the positions that are going to be used during the summer months. I know some council members are not happy that they don't see certain positions here for perhaps for regular operations for other departments, but that is not, you're not going to see those there because as Councilman Santiago Rodriguez said, some positions are hired through their regular budget. So just to give you an example, water and sewer, they hire seasonal. They started hiring seasonals last year. And that you don't see here. Why? Because it's in the budget. And there will be other positions that are going to be hired that are not part of the ARP funding that you will not, and so you will not see those here either. The ARP funding is very specific. 24 positions, 12 positions, 26, 4 and 4, $1.2 million. Some of these you'll say, well, I'd like to see these individuals hired for longer periods of time. Don't forget that when you have individuals working for the summer, some of these individuals can only work summer months. We're going to start utilizing people, I believe, in the third or the fourth week in June, and then work into September. And maybe some of those may be able to hang around a little longer. But those are the positions that we are discussing now. Yes, you are concerned that other positions that you would like to see here are not here. We're talking about the ARP funding, what's in front of you right now. We can deal with the other stuff later. I don't see the need for us to stop this for moving forward. Information was provided as timely as we could. We are ready to answer questions. Paul Harris is waiting. If somebody wants to address him, feel free to ask him questions. This could be resolved tonight without the need to have to put this, for the next meeting. So we're just waiting to hear what the questions are. But you can't beat water out of a stone because we're dealing with ARP funding. The positions are here. Yes, you want to see others? Okay, fine. Let's deal with it when the budget process is in front of you. But right now, it's the resolution for ARPA funding. That is it, Madam President. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor. I just want my colleagues to know, and for the department to administration to know that I do support this resolution, and And I do get that the numbers are broke down in on the second page. The only thing that I am questioning is that if my colleagues feel like they're not getting the information in a timely fashion for them to review it, and they can't make a decision based on having to, come back on Thursday and get this information on a Thursday afternoon, 2 hours before the council. But I am satisfied that the numbers equal up. But I will vote with them so that they can have the opportunity to process the information as they need to process it and feel comfortable with actually getting this resolution through. Councilwoman Vaughn, you need a second for your
Yes,
motion.
I'm going to move to table this resolution until next council meeting.
Second.
Ms. Penny Carter, you need to take the roll, please.
Ms. Carter,
Ms.
you have
Carter.
to unmute yourself. You have to unmute yourself, Ms. Carter.
Thank you. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
No.
Councilman Harrison,
No.
Councilman Michelle,
No.
Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The motion to table is carried.
It's tabled until June the 2nd.
Right.
And the deadline for all the information should be in by the 26th. Please make note of that, Ms. Carter.
Yes, I have.
Thank you. And for my
Resolution.
colleagues, if you could please get your questions over to the administration as soon as you can, allow them the time to get that back to you by the 26th of May. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Carter.
A resolution 22-205 is being pulled. It's a workman's compensation. Yes. The next resolution, yes, 22-206, is a workman's compensation.
Ms. Penny Carter,
yes.
Resolution 2205 that is being pulled by
the Law Department.
Thank you.
22-206 is another workman's compensation. Is being pulled by the Law Department. 22-207 is a workman's compensation claim. It's also being pulled by the Law Department. And now under the Department of Law, 22-209 is a resolution authorizing the settlement of a civil action in the matter of Johanna Gonzalez versus the City of Trenton in the total amount of $55,000. I have a motion.
So move.
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Resolution 22-210 is a resolution authorizing settlement of a civil action in the matter of the City of Trenton versus MPS Communications, Inc.
That's pulled as well. That's pulled as well, Ms. Penny.
That's pulled, Ms. Carter.
Okay.
Thank you.
Resolution 22-211 is also being pulled by the Law Department.
Why?
No.
Let's roll call.
That's a roll. That's a roll.
That's being pulled. Councilwoman Vaughn, you asked for the gentleman to be present. He has a conflict today. He's not available. So unless you want to vote on that, I'll pull that until he can be present.
Oh, no. Council President, may I speak?
No, we need to make a motion first and then a second. Then you can speak to it.
Okay, so move.
I second it. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be removed. I just assumed that the gentleman was going to be available. He is currently employed with the city, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to ask, I mean, there's no reason to hold up the resolution. We should definitely vote on it tonight. We know that this function is something that we need, but I can get answers from him at a later date.
So, Mr. Bridges, do you want to withdraw? Do you want to withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I withdraw that. Yes, Council President. I was just acquiescing to Councilwoman Vaughn's request that he be there. I assume she wanted to hear from him prior to this being voted upon. If the will of the council is to vote on this, and Ms. Vaughn maybe meet with the gentleman who's being appointed in this capacity at City Hall, he's available and more than happy to meet. But he just had a conflict today, so whatever the council's desire is, I'm pulling the gang with that.
All righty.
Council
So we'll
President?
move forward. Yes.
I agree that we should move forward with it, but I would want to ask Mr. Bridges if the gentleman's name is Mr. Matlock, if he can come before us on the June 2nd meeting, just to give a brief Q&A, because I don't, I believe that other council members will want to ask him questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for to arrange it. Like I said, based on a short period of time, there was a conflict. The reality is that if there are questions with respect to the diversity or legal compliance, that falls under my guise and under my guidance, under which this gentleman will be working. So if there's any specific questions, I can answer them, or again, I defer to the pleasure of this council how they want to proceed. But those functions will be under my watch. Those functions are spelled out under the statute as to what the responsibilities are in terms of reviewing contracts and make sure there's compliance. So again, however council wants to proceed, I'm happy to proceed any way they would like.
Okay. It would be nice.
So she just asked if it was possible for him to come to the before the council. Is that possible, Mr. Bridges?
It's possible. It's possible. We'll work on that for the next meeting, Councilwoman Wilkins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Penny Carter, will you move for the vote?
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes.
Councilman Michelle?
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Carried unanimously. Resolution under the Department of Health and Human Services, Resolution 22-212, the resolution authorizing the application for an acceptance of the grant funds from the New Jersey Department of Corrections, locally empowered, accountable, and determined, in parentheses, led, reentry initiatives grant program in the amount of $100,000.
Move to the vote, Ms. Carter.
So moved.
Are you seconding?
Yes,
Second.
I'm seconding.
Okay. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes.
Councilman Michelle?
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Council President? Wait a minute now. We were supposed to get a report from Dr. Lopez.
We're in the middle of the.
I know, but we were supposed to get a report from Dr. Lopez. I didn't hear you when you moved it. That's why it's a roll call.
It wasn't marked as. Oh.
This was a roll call.
Yeah, that's what I'm in the midst of.
And she was supposed to send, Dr. Lopez was supposed to send us a report of the percentage of reentry individuals who are going to be a part of this program. And you gave her a name to reach out to. And she was supposed to come back to us to see what the status was on that. I didn't see.
Point of order. We're in the middle of a vote.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm just.
No,
go ahead,
Councilwoman, I had Councilwoman Vaughn, I had asked, she had given the phone number out publicly for the individual to contact her office as far as my question was concerned.
Well, as far as my question was concerned, I would think that you would be concerned about my question as well, as the council president, that she did not get back to me and answer my question in no way, shape, or form.
And your question was if to give you a breakdown of how many individuals in the program.
Is Dr. Lopez on the phone? Is she on the line? She know what the question was.
President, we're in the middle of a vote. You can't do this.
What I can do is ask the administration to deliver information, and I did that. So why hasn't it been delivered?
I don't know. You tell me.
If Dr. Lopez is on the line and can answer the question that Councilwoman Vaughn put forward.
You can't do it.
Mr. Kaloji.
You're in the middle of a vote. You need to complete the vote, and then we'll address whatever other issues may be there.
But Mr. Bethea, you cannot interrupt this call, or I'm gonna have to shut you off the meeting. Go right ahead. Mr. Kaloji said that the vote must continue.
You have to complete the vote, and then at the end we can determine what other issues need to be addressed.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
It's carried.
Dr. Lopez, if you could please address the councilwoman's concerns, because it wasn't in my notes, and that's why I asked for the vote the vote to be called. Her question was not in my notes from Tuesday.
Yes, Council President, thank you. So in reference to Councilwoman Vaughn, she asked two things. She asked for the reentry stats number for 2020, and I told her she would get that later, but she asked specifically for the guidelines for this for the DLC grant. And I provided that to Ms. Carter, and I asked Ms. Carter to submit it to City Council as well as Mr. Kaloji and Mr. West Bridges on Wednesday morning at 10:59. I did submit that guideline that was requested from Councilwoman Vaughn. And for the statistics from 2020, I told her I would get that at a later time. That was the request. It was twofold. So I did apply. So I did comply with the request for the guidelines in reference to this particular grant. And I did submit that Wednesday morning at 10:59.
Councilwoman, you didn't receive the information?
Yeah. What do you think, Council President? No, I did not.
It was for all of you. It was for all of you. I asked Ms. Penny Carter to submit it to all of you, as well as Mr. Kaloji and Mr. West Bridges, because that was your request. That was your request.
Yeah, absolutely it was. Anytime I request something, I always ask that it be submitted to the clerk's office and distributed to the entire council.
And so, that's exactly what I did, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Get it? So
no, I did not.
I didn't get it either, with all due respect.
Well, if you prefer, Council President,
no, Dr. Lopez, if you submitted the information, then we have to find out out of the clerk's office why it didn't reach us. Thank you. Thank you. And my apology, Councilwoman Vaughn, because it wasn't in my notes, and I didn't get the information out of the clerk's office.
And I can't
we may
really
continue.
I don't know what to say because I'm not in the office at 10 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not sure. I can't answer that at this point. I'd have to investigate what happened to it.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. We may continue.
Under the Department of Housing and Economic Development, Resolution 22-201, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding contract to Carroll Group, Inc. for demolition of vacant, abandoned structures in the city of Trenton on Stuyvesant Avenue in accordance with the City of Trenton Neighborhood Revitalization and Rehabilitation Pilot (NRRP) program in an amount not to exceed $248,435 per bid 2022-22.
So move.
Second.
Second it. Councilwoman Vaughn, do you have any?
Yes, I do.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
I will not be voting for this demolition project on Stuyvesant Avenue. It's in my ward, and I'm going to tell you why. The lack of community outreach that the city government, the mayor and the administration has done is quite frankly below par. Epic fail. The residents in the West Ward, and they have communicated to a select group that these homes are going to be demolished, but they did not send out any notification to the city and the residents at large, and particularly the residents in this radius, that there's going to be a huge demolition of properties adjacent to their homes, parallel across the street or whatever. And nor have they put forward what type of plan they have to replace them. So I've gotten many concerns from quite a few people that they were not aware, and not that they are against getting rid of these homes to the point where they cause, to the extent that it's blight in their neighborhoods, our neighborhoods, it's potential risk, the lack of COs and inspections and et cetera that the administration does not comply with. So I don't understand how we can consider these demolitions, not just here in the West Ward and on Stuyvesant Avenue, but across the city, when more than half of the community are not even aware that this work is being done in their own community, in their own yard. And there's no community meetings. There's no mailings. I mean, we get massive mailings from Trenton Waterworks about different things that happen and things that they need to communicate with, because they were put under the gun by the regulators to do it. But we also have regulations and laws that says municipalities, mayor, communicate to its citizens when he has plans to demolish stuff in their communities. And that's not happening. So if he thinks that I'm going to sign on to this, that he can just come in community and demolish whatever property he wants to under the pretext that it's going to fall down on somebody, and thinks that gives him a task to just unilaterally do what he wants to do without communication to the residents. Now, our redevelopment attorney had explicitly sent over laws that outline that when buildings are being demolished, they should be, it must be communicated to the community. It's supposed to be published in a newspaper. It's supposed to tell you what area. The area must be surveyed and measured. It must tell you the perimeters and all the, all of that. Has anybody on Stuyvesant Avenue got any of that communication? No. Has anybody seen any of that published in a newspaper? No. So I will not be voting for this until the administration start publishing and communicating to this community and start respecting the people that live on these streets.
Thank you, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Mm-hmm.
Council President.
This is a time for the council and a time for the vote.
Council
Mr.
President?
Harrison. Yes, Mr. Harrison,
Yes.
go ahead.
Council President, my question is, Director Daniels, do you have pictures of what these properties look like?
No,
Yes, sir, I do.
No. Mr. Harrison, if you have a question or if you want to make a statement, do the question or make the statement. I will not hear from Mr. Daniel or any other director when we're in the middle of a vote.
Well, what, can I see the pictures? What's wrong with seeing the pictures?
No,
About the blight. I mean, I'm not sure.
They should have seen them during the outreach. So, Mr.
Right,
Harrison, do you have a question or do you want to make a
Right.
statement?
My question is, the public want these vacant properties taken down all over the city. Exactly. So I don't know why we get somebody laughing out like they always do, but again, they would know that if they were actually out in the community, the vacant properties, people want to see them taken down.
We're not gonna talk about what another council member is doing on this.
Okay, well there you go. At the end of the day, vacant properties, they should come down.
Right.
Why would we want to keep vacant properties, Council President? There's a question. Why would you want to keep up vacant properties? They need to come down.
All right. Thank you for your.
You can vote against it if you want to, Council President, but it's embarrassing.
Mm-hmm. We'll move to the vote.
Council President, may I have leave to speak?
We will move to the. No, you do not. We are in the middle of a council meeting, and we are moving to the vote. Miss Penny Carter, please.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Carried 4-3. Resolution 22-202, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Carroll Group, Inc. for demolitions on vacant abandoned structures between 106-116 Chambers Street for the City of Trenton Neighborhood Revitalization and Rehabilitation Pilot (NRRP) program in an amount not to exceed $168,555 per bid 2022-24.
Council President. Council President.
There has to be a motion made, and someone has to second it.
I'll make a motion.
Second. Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilman Harrison.
There's people from the public who live around these properties that would like to speak on this. They would like to speak on their concerns about these properties. They're on the call. They would like to speak about these.
This is a voting. Mr. Harrison, don't you know the rules of the council by now?
Yeah, Council President, I do.
Okay,
but at the end of the day,
stick to the rules.
But at the end of the day, Council President, but at the end of the day, you keep saying that people don't. The people.
Councilman Harrison, stick to the rules of decorum, and that is not a part of the rules of decorum.
Right, exactly. You don't want to hear from the public. I got you.
Let us move to the vote.
Councilwoman, sorry, Council President, could I just speak on this?
No, we're gonna move to the vote.
Okay.
I believe we were going to table this. That's what I wrote down. Right here,
Ms. Vaughn wanted to table it.
All right. So that's you making a motion to table. Who's making a motion to table it?
I'll make it.
We already made a motion.
And I'll second it.
Go to the vote, Ms. Penny
Council
Carter, to
President,
table.
can I ask Mr. Kaloji a question?
Yes, go right
on
ahead.
this? Mr. Kaloji,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kaloji?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I already made a motion. This resolution was motioned and seconded. Now we're going into motion to table it.
Motion to table supersedes all other motions.
You can't
Motion
do
to
one
table
motion on top of another without withdrawing the other motion.
You asked him for a legal opinion. He said the motion to table supersedes. So we'll move to the vote. Ms. Penny Carter, move to the vote, please.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
This is to table.
Councilman
What about
Harrison.
the other motion that was made to vote?
No, this is a motion to table.
Council President, but we already made a motion and second to go for the
Mr.
vote.
Kaloji made a legal opinion and said that
He's
the
wrong.
motion to table supersedes. That's why I said you had to move to table. The vote had to be called for the tabling.
If you want
Yeah,
to put
Council-
it on hold, I'll review it. If you
Right,
want to put it
Council
on hold,
President-
I'll review it.
No, it's either going to be tabled or it's going to be voted up or down. Now, Mr. Kaloji said the tabling supersedes. So let us move to the vote. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, what is your vote to table?
No.
Councilman Harrison,
No.
Councilman Michelle,
No, review it.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The motion to table was carried.
It's not what the public wants, but when is this council ever going to change that?
Councilman Harrison, you're going to have to follow the rules of decorum, or we can shut
You're
you
going
out
to
of this
have to
meeting.
realize that the public
I
do
will
not.
shut you out of this meeting if you cannot
Council
follow the
President,
rules of decorum.
Council President,
I've had
look, at
enough.
the end of the day, look,
I-
you're always
IT?
going to be bullied.
IT,
You're trying to be a bully.
IT, I need you to
Okay.
mute him. Go right ahead, Miss Penny Carter.
Resolution 22-203, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to IBN Construction Corporation for demolition of various vacant abandoned structures in the city of Trenton in accordance with the City of Trenton Neighborhood Revitalization and Rehabilitation Project, NRRP program, in an amount not to exceed $462,480 per bid 2022-23.
So move.
We're going to move to the vote.
Who seconded it?
Councilman Harrison.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Council President McBride.
No. Continue, Ms.
Carried.
Carter.
I'm sorry.
I said continue.
Yeah. Resolution 22-213 is a resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Carroll Group, Inc., awarded for demolition services in the city of Trenton for the demolition and removal of city-owned property at 659-661 North Clinton Avenue, Trenton, in the amount of $83,269.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Carried. A resolution 22-214, a resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Carroll Group Inc. 4 Youngs Road, Hamilton, New Jersey, 08619, awarded on an emergency basis for the demolition of the property located at 824 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, City of Trenton, in the amount of $53,744.
So move.
Second. Council President?
Go right ahead.
Council President, can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
Yeah. Oh, no, I see it on here. I'm sorry. No, go ahead. Take the vote. I've read it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes, thank you.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Motion carried. Resolution 22-215, a resolution authorizing payment for a contract with Carroll Group Inc., 4 Youngs Road, Hamilton, New Jersey, 08619, awarded on an emergency basis for demolition services at 135 2nd Street in the city of Trenton in the amount of $37,349.
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Motion was carried. Resolution 22-216, a resolution to approve and to authorize the execution of a shared services agreement between the City of Trenton and the Township of Hamilton relating to the sharing of costs associated with construction, building review, and approvals related to expansion to property owned by Switlick Parachute Company, Inc.
So move.
So moved. Second.
You may continue with the vote.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
No.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
No.
Council President McBride.
No.
Motion failed. Resolution 22-217, a resolution authorizing the award of a professional service contract through a non-fair and open process pursuant to NJSA 40A:11-3 at no additional cost between the City of Trenton and Wallace Roberts Todd LLC to conduct updates to the transit-oriented development area plans.
I thought this was
Madam
pulled by
President?
Housing and Development. I thought this was
Yes.
pulled, Council President.
Yeah, it was pulled.
It was pulled by
to
Housing and
rewrite-
Economic Development.
Yes, it was pulled to rewrite.
Okay.
Yes, it was pulled.
Okay, under the Department of Public Works, Resolution 22-218 is a resolution authorizing change order number 1 with S. Bata Construction, Inc. for the reconstruction of Lamberton Street and Whitaker Avenue under a bid 2021-10.
So move.
Second.
Second.
You may
They did send
continue with
us
the
the
vote.
changes.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
No.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride,
For 218.
218, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yes.
It's carried. Under the Department of Recreation, NR&C, Resolution 22-200, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Levy Construction Company, Inc., Westward Recreation Center Improvement Project, Phase 1, for a period of 1 year from May 6, 2022 to May 5th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $760,060 per
So
bid
moved.
2022-12.
Council President,
Second.
Go right ahead.
Second.
Second
I moved.
I like,
Second it.
okay.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Wilkins.
I wanted to get more information regarding the contract with Levy Construction Company. And I spoke with Mr. Kaloji this afternoon, just to get some legal clarification on a couple of issues going on with Levy. And because of the, time constraints, we were unable to complete the analysis that we were doing. And I just wanted to move the table because we want the West Ward fixed and for the kids. But I'm moving the table this particular resolution until the next meeting where I can get, I have time to speak with Mr. Kaloji, and he'll have time to do the analysis that I had requested and the research that I requested of him.
And Council President, I'll second. I'll move to agree with the table of this particular resolution.
Go right ahead. So it's a second. Go take the vote, Ms. Carter.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
No.
Councilman Harrison,
No.
Councilman Michelle,
No.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The vote to table carried. Under the Department of Water and Sewer, Resolution 22-157 is a resolution authorizing a contract to Foley Cat Incorporated, awarded through Sourcewell contract number 032119-CAT, formerly National Joint Power Alliance, in parentheses NJPA, for the purchase of one 2021 CAT 420XE IT backhoe loader with accessories for the Department of Water and Sewer, Division of Construction and Maintenance Crew personnel, in the amount not to exceed $159,950.
So moved.
Madam President,
Wait for the-
I
wait for
believe
the-
we skip.
Second.
I believe we
I need a
skip
second.
Resolution 22-198.
Second, Councilman Harrison. Second.
On this
Madam
particular
President, I
resolution,
believe that we skip the
We'll have to go back.
22-198 in the top of that page. I have it as a roll call.
It was on the consent agenda.
No,
157
it was not a consent. It was a roll call.
Well, wait a minute. Excuse me. We've entered a second on this particular resolution. We'll hear this resolution, and then Councilman Rodriguez, then we'll come back to your question. This resolution was asked for a roll call because this should have been dealt with into the budget. They keep coming back for money on top of money, and spending when we don't have a set budget for that water department. And as a matter of fact, we just got all the paperwork from the water department today in reference to the surplus and in reference to what some of our accounts look like over there. So this, I'm asking for it to be tabled until we get through that budget rather than to vote it down. Table it until we get through the budget.
I second.
So my motion is to table it.
Second.
From Rodriguez. Second from Councilman Rodriguez. Ms. Penny Carter, take the vote, please.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
No.
Councilman Harrison,
No.
Councilman Michelle,
No.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
What is this for? The table, what?
table
Table, what? Which resolution?
22-157.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
The vote to table carried. Resolution 22-225, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding contract to Foley.
Council
Madam
President,
President,
Council President, we have
Yes.
to go back to 198.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the 198, Ms. Penny Carter.
98. What else? 198.
What department is that under, Councilman?
it's Department of
Recreation.
Recreation. And that's the top of the page. I believe we have a discussion on it, and it was agreed
Yeah, it was roll
that
call.
it was going to be roll call.
It was under consent.
Consent.
No.
Go back.
I had it as roll call.
I had it as consent.
198. No, it was roll call.
Could
I
somebody
remember
put
it
the
very well.
resolution up? I don't see it. I don't see it because it was part of the consent.
$612,000 for that plaza, Montgomery Plaza. That was roll call.
No. It wasn't a roll call.
They withdrew it.
They withdrew the roll call.
I'm sorry?
And they put it under consent on Tuesday, Councilman.
No. They put it on it was roll call because I wrote it right there. And I know because there was a discussion.
No, it was a discussion from Councilwoman Vaughn, and they moved forward with it. It was part of the consent.
Okay.
All righty.
You win.
No, it's not my ward.
To me, it was going to be a no vote. It was going to be a no vote on that one. But you won.
But it's still.
Go ahead.
May I continue?
Yes, you may.
Resolution 22-225, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to Foley Incorporated for standby engine inspection and generator maintenance for a period of 1 year from May 6, 2022 to May 5, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $55,025.64 under bid 2022-19.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Ms. Carter.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Was carried. Resolution 22-226, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding contract to Municipal Maintenance Company for belt filter press preventative maintenance for the water filtration plant for a period of 1 year from May 6, 2022 to May 5, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $85,900 for bid 2022-20.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
No.
Was carried. Now under ordinances, on first reading, it's a first reading and introduction of ordinance 22-07, capital ordinance providing for the rehabilitation of Greenwood Avenue and Chestnut Avenue by and in the city of Trenton in the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriations $1,308,281 to pay for the costs thereof, which amount will be funded by the New Jersey Transportation Trust Fund grants received or expected to be received by the city from the state of New Jersey Department of Transportation, and setting the public hearing for June the 2nd, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Motion to introduce was carried. Ordinance 22-08 is an ordinance creating the positions of Geographic Information Systems Specialist. No, I think that was changed. Here it is. An ordinance creating the positions of Geographic Information Specialist 3 in the Department of Water and Sewer, therefore setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of same.
Miss Penny Carter, when you said that has changed, what has changed?
They removed from the original ordinance a Geographic Information System Specialist 1 and Geographic Information Systems 2. So the new ordinance only provides for the creation of Geographic Information Systems Specialist 3.
Okay, so in this particular ordinance, when they when Mr. The gentleman here had to sue the city to get this position. I was asking, why was this position set at this low salary for the gentleman? And I was asking Mr. Cruz to move this GI Specialist 3 to the salary the next range, because the gentleman has already been with the city for over 30 years, and he had to stay in the position that he was in because the city refused to give him a raise to promote him. And so in doing so, the city should have been at least moved that salary up to compensate him for the years that they failed to promote him. And it's bad enough that the ordinance doesn't do a retroactive in his salary, as far as how long he had to literally wait to go through the process with the civil service to fight them to get this position. None of that has been considered. So you know, Mr. Cruz, I had asked you to find it, to talk to the union and to make a reasonable range here for this position.
Right. So, Madam President. Yeah, well, I'm ready to speak when you're ready, Madam President.
What I'm saying here is this. We have bought in people over in that water department, and I don't want to start calling names to the public, but we have bought in people over at that water department that do not have any type of specialty service, paying them $155,000, $119,000, and $95,000 with no specialty attached. And here it is. We have a young man born and bred in this city, have given 30 years to this city, had to sue the administration to even be recognized for the work that he was doing. And then on top of it, you don't even want to compensate the man, but you're bringing in people from the outside, starting them with $155,000 with no specialty connected to their names. This is outrageous.
Yeah.
It's outrageous. And
Council President.
I'm done.
Council President.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead,
I just want to piggyback on that. I want to state that with the range that they picked out of Local 2286 for the GIS Specialist 3 is a range 44. Now, from my understanding with New Jersey Civil Service, the actual administration has the liberty to choose a larger range for this individual. When I looked at my budget and I saw where the individual's salary is currently, and based on the salary that they're proposing, the range of 44, it doesn't give the individual a lot of wiggle room. And what I mean when I say wiggle room is that within a year, they will be at the top of their range again. So I agree in stating that the range should be changed in the Local 2286, and I believe they have the area where, or the authority to do so. The administration does. And I'm requesting if that can be done in this case. And to reiterate, this person has been with the city for 30 years, because when I started in 1992, this individual was also with the waterworks where I began my career with the city of Trenton. So this individual is a taxpayer, lives in the city, a ratepayer, pays the waterworks, has invested his life for his city as a civil servant, and still is living here, has the ability to train others that come in to the waterworks, but they don't want to compensate him properly. And properly meaning give him the ability when he is ready to retire at such a higher rate. And I think that any individual and any employee who dedicates their life service to the city and the citizens and the residents, and that is a hard worker, they should be compensated accordingly. Because we have new employees that come in at the range where he is right now, or even more, as you stated. And I think that it would only be fair to do the same for this gentleman, especially the great lengths he had to go through to actually go to civil service and not to be able to be compensated by the administration, but had to go to the state entity, the Civil Service Commission, to go to the appellate, to go to court, to state this is what I do, but the city doesn't want to compensate me. I think that's such an injustice to employees. And I know what that feels like firsthand. Thank you.
Council President.
Council President. I had my hand up.
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, then Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I'd like to ask Mr. Cruz if he can actually pull this at this time and have more discussion on these salaries and these ranges.
Yes, but I'd like to make a statement before. I will definitely pull it because we need to have a conversation, Madam President, to have a larger understanding as to why it is that certain salaries are picked at what levels. And I'll be more than glad to pull it tonight. And we can have that conversation and bring it back at the next meeting. I don't have a problem with that. So if that is what you wish, then I will pull it. And Madam President, I welcome the conversation. I actually reached out to you yesterday, and you did not return my call. But I tried having a conversation.
You got my email, Mr. Cruz. Let's not play. You got my email. I said the same thing to you in my text that I'm saying to you tonight. There's no way in the world that we will pull people from the outside with no specialty and give them and start them with 155,000 and 119,000 and 95,000. And do you not want me to call names? Yeah. And then take a person that has lived here for have worked here in the city for 30 years, right, and have had to sue the city in order to be promoted. That in itself is an insult. Then you add insult to injury when the gentleman is making 70,000, and then you start the range from 63 to 387. The range 44 should not be there. It should be the next range if it's 46 or 48. But this does not sit well with me, Mr. Cruz.
Yes. Council President, I would like to join you in the meeting, please. Thank you.
I would too.
Or we can have it in closed session so that everybody can understand. I welcome. I agree with that. I welcome the dialogue. I welcome the dialogue.
Executive session, because I like to say something about it.
Executive session will be fine.
Yep, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, unjust, very unjust.
Council President?
Yes, go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
I concur with all that you said, and of course with what Councilwoman Wilkins said as well. I just want to reiterate. I believe, and I will have our water law attorney, Mr. DeHope, to come back to us, and maybe he should join that session too, Council President, Mr. DeHope. And I'm going to tell you why. Because I read through the revenue reports that we are required to submit to the BPU because we are the governing entity of our public water utility. This is the municipal council. The municipal council is the governing entity of Trenton Water Works, not the mayor and not Mr. Cruz. So, but I'm disappointed in Mr. Cruz and the mayor, because if they were doing their jobs, this ordinance should not even be in front of us, because civil service has already made the ruling. So I don't even know why we are going to waste our time to go in an executive session, waste taxpayers' time when we could be working on other things, when the state, the New Jersey State Department, the Commissioner of Civil Service, has ruled in favor of this employee. So why is the council even involved? Why is Mr. Cruz not doing his job as the business administrator for the Faulkner Act and follow the directive that Civil Service has outlined that says put this gentleman in his what he give this gentleman what he's entitled to. Now, as far as the salary, we don't even need an ordinance because Civil Service has already told us what to do. And as far and Mr. Kaloji, you can chime in on that one as well, and so can West Bridges, because people need to do their jobs around this joint. So where is the law department? Civil Service done told the city what they need to do on behalf of this longtime employee and this city resident, and y'all gonna come to the council and play games. I don't need to go to that meeting. All I need to know is when this gentleman is going to get, we're going to approve, well, he's already approved. He should already have the title, and he should be at the top of the range. And this is just an embarrassment that we even wasting our time even speaking on it tonight. And I want Mr. Hope to get up in here and do his job and earn his paycheck and tell us the authority that the governing body that governs Trenton Waterworks, and I believe in the revenue report, it says that the governing body can set the salaries at Trenton Waterworks.
Not correct.
Who said that? Is that Mr. Cruz?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Cruz should
Yes, I did.
himself. Mr. Cruz should be recusing himself from any decision making about any employee at Trenton Waterworks because he has a relative that works at Trenton Waterworks. So don't you come and say Mr. Cruz needs to recuse himself.
Madam
He
President.
should not be speaking on any or making any determination or decision on any employee who works at Trenton Waterworks because he has a relative who works there.
Madam President.
No, you cannot speak.
That is not your job, Councilwoman.
We're talking about personnel matters. We're talking about personnel matters. Point of information. We're talking about point of.
I don't care. I don't care. So I'm telling you what the facts are.
Watch your eye. Watch your eye.
Well, Mr. Bridges, you failed to do your job when you're supposed to do it, and now you want to do your job.
We
So
can't be talking about personnel.
and you should have did this job.
Point of order, Winky.
Before 2208 was presented to us, but you failed to do your job again.
First of all, you're talking disrespectfully. You're talking disrespectfully.
You're being disrespectful.
Mr.
Lower your voice and put some respect on it, woman.
Mr. Bridges.
Okay.
Bridges.
Let me let you straight. I'm trying to tell you point of information. You are talking about personnel matters. You're talking about people's personal information, and it's a violation of the Rice case.
There's no personal information that his wife works over at the water department. There's no personal information that his wife works at the water department. There is no personal information that is public information that she works at the water department. The business administrator's wife works at the water department.
Madam President, we need to rice notice individuals, Madam President, and this is very improper.
Well, we're going to rice Mr. Cruz for not recruiting himself from this process. Yeah, we need to rice you, and we should have been rice you. And you should have been left this city.
And Madam President, the position for the GIS, Madam President.
No, Mr. Cruz, you don't have the floor. Let her wrap it up. Can you wrap it up, Councilwoman Vaughn?
And talk nonsense to us. But we're the governing body, and we're the directors of the Trenton Waterworks. So I want Mr. DeHope to come and tell us that we have the authority to set those salaries at Trenton Waterworks. So thank you, Council President. If you can do that, I would much appreciate it. And let him come to the executive session and lay down the law. Because obviously, Mr. Cruz and the mayor, they do not want to follow the law.
Madam President.
I'll reach out to Mr. DeHope. Mr. DeHope will be in the meeting, and we will have a sole discussion. And now I would like to. Listen, Councilwoman Vaughn, we're going to stay to the ordinance. We're going to stay to the ordinance.
President, if I
and
may.
I will call Mr. DeHope, have him in the meeting, and we will go into executive session with this for June the 2nd. There's a lot on the plate for June the 2nd. And we're going to 22-09.
Council President, I need to say something. No, Ms. Vaughn took up most of the time. I would like to say something.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
So these salaries are negotiated between the locals, the unions, and the administration. So they're going to have, if Mr. Cruz decides, he's going to pull this ordinance and go back to the table with them to discuss this. But I remind you that employees depend on the unions fighting for them to make sure that they get the appropriate salary. So not giving this man a salary that he's entitled to, the blame falls on all of them. And I think that we need to go back, they need to go back and renegotiate it. And I'm not sure if council can sit in a room with the union and negotiate salaries. That's what I'm saying.
Well, first
Mr.
of all, we
have to check on that. Excuse me? No, Mr.
We need to
Kaloja will have to
establish
check
whether
on
or
that.
not we need to establish whether or not the council has a right as the board to set the salaries. That's what we need to establish from
Council
Mr.
President?
DeHope, the water attorney. So that's what we want to establish. So we want to look at a couple things in the meeting. We want to have Mr. DeHope speak to whether or not the legislative body, which is the board of the board for the water department, we want to establish those rules and those guidelines.
So, Council President,
President?
with all due respect, you interrupted me, but you don't interrupt Ms. Bond when she's ranting and raving, and I don't appreciate that.
I do. Well, okay. Thank
Council
you,
President?
Councilwoman. I appreciate it. Yes, go ahead, Councilman
Council President?
Harris. Go ahead.
Yes. There was a desk audit done. It's done between the administration and the union, and the salaries are set that way. It's not set by council. So I'm not sure why. I mean, Ms. Caldwell Wilson is explaining it and stating they're a direct thing. It's done between the union and the administration, not by the council. Thank you.
Council President,
Go right ahead, Councilwoman, and then
I just want to clarify something to piggyback off of what Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson and Councilman Harrison stated. It is true. The unions do the negotiation for the salary ranges, but there are several ranges that can be chosen from the negotiated contract from the local 2286 union book. I'm not saying for us to go beyond what the union has negotiated. I would never say go against the union. But what we can do is we can pull from the negotiated contract that the collective bargaining unit of local 2286 performed and pull from those ranges to put the gentleman into a range that would be substantiated for the amount of years of service that he gave and for the time and for his expertise. We will do it in conjunction to what the union has set in place. But there are higher ranges than range 44 within the union, within the negotiated contract for the union local 2286.
Thank you. Now we will move on to Ms. Penny Carter. What is the next ordinance?
22-09, an ordinance creating the position of Water Repairer 3 in the Department of Water and Sewer, fixing the salary range therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of the same. And the public hearing is scheduled for June the 2nd, 2022.
So
Council
moved.
President,
Second.
Pardon?
Council President, I had stated it before one moved it. I wanted to state the same for this particular individual, for this particular salary and range, because I believe it is, yeah, it's similar to the previous range, range 44. This one is actually range 46. This gentleman has also been with the city for 30 plus years. And his level of expertise, I worked with him, and his level of expertise in the division and the office that he works in is also impeccable. The gentleman has dedicated his life to this city, and he trains people also. I would be remiss if I say let's do it for one employee and not for another, because this gentleman also they have almost about the same amount of time within the city of Trenton. And I would be remiss not to speak on behalf and in regard to him also. So I move that we do the same thing. And, you know, in light of what Mr. Cruz said, go into executive session with regarding it to negotiate better salaries for these lifelong employees.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Harrison.
Like I was trying to say earlier, we're not to be involved in that. It's between the administration and the union. We're not supposed to be setting individual salaries. The only salaries this council could be setting is director salaries.
Council President?
We're not going to go back and forth. We are going to go into executive session. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Council President. I concur with Councilwoman Wilkins. And I just want everybody to have a fair market salary. And what I don't understand, what breaks my heart, is that it seems to me that only Trentonians and people of color has to fight the battle, has to go and sue and sit there with underpaid, never promoted. So, and as far as, and I want to make sure that these individuals get what they're entitled to and what they deserve. And that other folks who have jumped the usurped the process needs to be discarded, quite frankly. You know, those positions are for, they're prioritized through the collective bargaining unit, and they're prioritized through civil service. So when we bring outsiders into Trenton and take our employees' jobs, our residents' jobs, it's unacceptable. So, and it's definitely unacceptable to discriminate based on somebody's race. And if we had an office of EEO, affirmative action, that's why I wanted that gentleman, Mr. Robert Matlock, to come to the council and explain what he's going to do for the city and put in preventative measures so that things like this don't happen to, that do not happen to people of color. And I could bet you the people we're talking about in these ordinances are Black men. I bet you they're Black men. No doubt about it. So I will say, I will close down. Thank you, Council President. And I'm not afraid to speak about race, and I'm not afraid to call it out when I see it. Because that's the only way we're going to resolve the problem. Racism exists in the city of Trenton too, Councilwoman, and that's why Jawan Henderson got shot and paralyzed because of race.
Let's stick to the ordinance.
Well, I am sticking to the ordinance, but you interrupt me.
Okay, well then.
So all I'm saying is the two individuals are Black, and I bet you they were discriminated against. That's all I'm saying. I don't see any white. I don't see any white people coming up here.
One is Caucasian.
Councilwoman.
Oh, Caldwell Wilson, you be quiet. Mute you.
We're going to move forward.
I know
Cruz,
you don't think you can challenge me.
We're going to take both of these 2209 and 2212 into the executive session.
Council President, clarification is 2208 and 2209, I believe it is, right?
No, it's 2209. Well, the numbers changed.
Yes. Yeah, 2208 and 2209, Council President. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Cruz, are we going to table both of these and
yes, Madam President, let's do that. And please make sure that council proceeds to also send rights notices to these two individuals.
Okay. All righty. And the next resolution.
The next ordinance. The next ordinance.
Yes.
For introduction is 22-11, an ordinance creating the position of mental health worker in the Department of Health and Human Services, newly established mental health and wellness program in the director's office, fixing the salary range therefore, and setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of the same. And the public hearing is scheduled for June the 2nd, 2022.
So moved.
You have to vote for the first part of it. You need a second.
Second.
All right.
I seconded it already.
All righty. Ms. Carter.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
Councilwoman McBride.
No.
Did you say no?
I said no.
Okay. Carrie. For ordinance 22-12, an ordinance creating a staff of city employees for the Trenton Animal Shelter. Public hearing to be scheduled for June the 2nd, 2022.
Yeah, this was this. I thought Dr. Lopez.
They amended it.
They amended it. I don't see the amendment.
Yeah, they sent us a new one through. I picked it up today. They took the veterinarian off.
And the technician.
See it.
Madam President, the new ordinance only includes the full-time animal attendant and part-time animal attendant, as requested by council.
Right, but I don't see it, but
I don't have it.
I don't. Let me check. Wait a minute.
I believe we got it in an email, and I have a hard copy of it.
Yeah.
Council President, may I ask a housekeeping item, please? I would like a request by Mr. Kaloji for Mr.
Okay, so
Council President, I would like a housekeeping item for Mr. Kaloji.
Go ahead.
Since we're talking about personnel items, I would much appreciate, and Mr. Kaloji, you can come back to us with a legal opinion on this. But I would, for all the employment matters or salary range determinations, I think that I would request that ABA, the Assistant Business Administrator, preside over these resolutions and hearings and executive sessions, not the BA. I would like Mr. Colin Cherry, the Assistant Business Administrator, to preside over these human resource issues and salary determination. And I want Mr. Kaloji
for anyone in the water department, this one?
No, I would, because of because of, I believe the BA should recuse himself because he has a relative at the water department that is an employee and has a salary level, she's employed on a salary level that's probably more than some of these individuals. So I don't think that he should be making decisions or determination on these individual employment at all. We can have Steve Pinella and or the Assistant Business Administrator, but not the Business Administrator because he has a conflict, a major one.
I will review it and get back to you.
Thank you.
Ms. Vaughn, if you would please go to Mr. Valente and also ask him to chime in reference to Mr. Cruz being conflicted. I'd appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Got him.
I will.
Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
Yeah, I'm getting back to the ordinance. I know on Tuesday night, Mr. Cruz had agreed to remove those two titles so that we can move this forward and to work on getting a contract with the veterinarian. So that's what they did. And I picked up my hard copy today, but we also got the new ordinance as Mr. Cruz promised. We got it in an email.
Council President, Councilwoman, can I ask Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson who sent the email? Because I don't have the ordinance.
Well, the ordinance was at the clerk's office. They had an update on the ones that we wanted to change, and I believe Ms. Carter notified everybody.
Ms. Penny Carter sent the email? Okay, let me check my, because I don't have it.
Would probably come from, it came from, I believe, Cleveland.
So the only question that I have for Mr. Cruz is that these salaries that are in here and these jobs, are they Trentonian jobs is what I'm trying to determine. Are these jobs Trentonian jobs under our city code?
Madam President, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Cherry.
These
jobs would be subject to the residency requirement.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Council President?
Yes.
Okay, I see the ordinance, the only issue I have, it says, whereas it is the intent of the Trenton City Council to discontinue use of outside contractors.
That's correct. That was TARS.
No, that's
And
not
that's why
correct.
they
That's not a
denied them
correct
a new
statement.
contract.
No, I'm talking about the animal shelter ordinance. This is an ordinance that's going into law. It has nothing to do with TAR. I wasn't speaking of TAR.
But we don't want to hire private entities. We want to hire all Trenton people. So that I guess they're just making it clear that Trenton City Council decided that we have to go to the city and hire these people. Now, didn't anybody read this before Tuesday?
I'm just seeing this.
I mean, I love the fact that this is
Okay.
a voting night and nobody does their damn homework.
Okay.
No, Council President? Council President, may I speak?
Yes.
First of all, the ordinance, the way it's worded, that's the way I heard Ms. Wilkins read it. Our intent, I mean, I'm going to tell you what my intent is. My intent is to follow the residency law. And my intent, as I wrote, I believe one of the animal interest groups wrote me, and I shared my replies with the whole entire council and the mayor. And my intent is not targeted to one entity. My intent, when I hire in any department or division of the city, is to follow the charter of the city and the city code. And the city code says that we need to first take priority of our residents when it comes to hiring. And most importantly, and I'm surprised that the comments of the councilwoman Caldwell Wilson, because she just articulated that we should adhere to civil service and the collective bargaining agreement. And these positions over at the animal shelter, in the Department of Health and Human Services, the Division of Animal Control, where the animal shelter sits, is under those provisions of civil service and the collective bargaining agreement. So this has nothing to do with what the council wants, or rather the council wants TARS, or rather the council wants easel, or what the council wants whomever. The council is supposed to adhere to our charter of the city, the laws that govern it, the code that governs it, and civil service and the collective bargaining agreement, period. So as far as those jobs over at the animal shelter, we don't need this ordinance, from my understanding, and I'm going to defer to the subject matter expert on this phone, on this call, and the subject matter expert, the SME, is Councilman Wilkins. So I believe that civil service, that you need to go to the list. So Dr. Adele Lopez needs to choose some titles from the civil service list to resource her department or her division, period. She don't have to go out to TARS, anybody else. So she followed those guidelines. If she follows those guidelines, she's following the law, she's following the charter of the city, she's following the city code. And Councilwoman Wilkins, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, are there titles in civil service that the animal control department or division can task the Trenton Animal Shelter can use in order to man this department? If it is, we don't need this ordinance. Council Wilkins, can you answer that question? Are there civil service titles that's sufficient so Dr. Adele Lopez can man that division?
Council President?
Go right ahead.
The situation with this particular ordinance is that, just to clarify, these are civil service titles. If you look up on New Jersey Civil Service Commission, and I have to refer back to it because I don't have it in hard copy. The animal attendant is an intro level civil service title. The only issue I have with this ordinance is that there is no range. She has, Dr. Lopez has on here that it is approximately, the salary range, approximately $15 to $16 per hour, which is fine, but she can find a salary range which will get her to the expected salary of approximately $15 to $16 an hour. A range 9, a range 10 under the collective bargaining unit. The collective bargaining unit of Local 22, Local 2286. So this ordinance is incomplete because it doesn't have, and if you look at all of the other ordinances that we have been reviewing, with regard to personnel, they all have had the collective bargaining unit ranges on them, whether it's 2281 or 2286. So I believe that instead of us voting the ordinance down, I would want to afford Dr. Lopez the opportunity, as we did with the others, to find a range to put on the ordinance to complete the ordinance so that it is not voted down as is, as well as the intent portion. I don't know if my other fellow council members agree, but with the intent of the city council not to hire outside. I mean, if that's the case, we wish we can have not hire outside for any department. It's not geared at any one department or any particular division within the city of Trenton. It's just that, of course, our first priority are Trenton residents receiving job employment, to reduce crime and poverty and all other levels of negativity and things that are going on right now in the world with everyone struggling. So my only issue is that one priority is that we have to have a range, a collective bargaining unit range on these titles. And then we can go and move forward, and also the other piece if the other council members see fit. Because without a range, it can be changed to anything. Correct me if I'm wrong. The assistant business administrator or the business administrator, isn't a range supposed to be included on ordinances when we're speaking of personnel and salaries?
And the union which they would fall under should
Correct.
be there too.
Correct.
Madam President?
Council President, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go right ahead.
I respect everything that Councilwoman Wilkins has said. But my issue tonight is that we should have discussed this on Tuesday. And nobody said anything. We never discussed that. We went back and forth about the veterinarian and whatever. And I would just ask this council, when you get your docket, please review it and please take care of all of these issues on the Tuesday meeting so that we know what we're doing on Thursday, so that administration can amend whatever has to be done. Otherwise, it's going to it's not going to be voted on, or it's going to fail, and then we're back to the drawing board. In the meantime, we have, whether we like it or not, animals at the shelter that need to be taken care of, and they need attendants there to clean those cages, to walk those dogs, to take care of all kinds of issues at the shelter. So I would just encourage you all to start paying attention and reading your docket. Thank you.
Council President.
Madam President.
Go right ahead, Councilman Harrison, and then Councilman Rodriguez.
Council President, it's for 2 full-time animal attendants and 2 part-time animal attendants. It says salary ranges, and it gives a salary range, $15 to $16 per hour. It's on there.
That's not a range. That's an approximation.
It's an hourly.
Right. So
per hour.
So
hour.
We keep saying, yeah, but Council President, we said we didn't want TARs, but now we want to hire locally, and it was already stated that these are city residents that we're going to apply.
There's no argument here. It's a form of correction, and so we're trying to get this right. It's a form of correction. We want to correct it if we need to in order to move forward. Councilman Rodriguez, go ahead.
I agree with Councilwoman Wilkins that language that refers to council not wanted outsiders or whatever should be stripped out of there. That's uncalled for. That I don't know who had the idea of putting that language there, but that should not be legal. Probably Mr. Kaloji can chime in this and see if that language is appropriate. So I find it, whoever wrote it, I don't know. But
should have been sticking to the, should have been. Okay, Mr. Kaloji, Mr. Rodriguez is asking you a question.
Yeah, I did not prepare the ordinance. I will certainly review it and get back to council with, my impressions of, whatever's in it and its legality. This, I believe, emanated from the law department. Maybe Mr. Bridges could weigh in. If not, I'll be happy to look at it and give you a response.
Strip it out. Take it out.
It's not emanated from the law department. However, if there are certain changes, I don't know if there can be substantive changes. I do know that Dr. Lopez is on the line, and maybe she can have a conversation with council about the range or any possible revisions, minor revisions, again, not substantive, that can be made.
I am not referring to the ranges. I'm referring to the language that says that council does not want outsiders to be working there.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm talking about that as well.
I am talking. I was the one that it was my turn to talk, and I am not referring to that portion. I'm referring to the portion that says specifically that council does not want outsiders working there or something like that. And that language have to come out.
Council President, may I respond?
Could we ask Dr. Lopez, is she willing to strike that out of here? Because we want to move this ordinance forward.
Willing or not willing, she have to.
Madam President, the answer will be yes.
Okay,
the answer will be yes to strip that language. Yes, so we can work.
So now, is that a substantive change? Excuse me, or is it a minor change? Is it a major?
That's a minor change. It doesn't. That's a minor change, Council President. That does not change the thrust of the ordinance.
It's in several places, Council President. So, I mean, I don't know.
But Mr. Bridges, are you saying that each place that is in throughout the ordinance, you can strike it out with your red pen and it won't be substantial?
That's correct.
All righty. So what about
the range? What about the range?
Can we amend it?
Can we get the copies of the corrected ones soon as possible? So everybody in council should get those copies of the corrected.
Well, they have to do it now. Then he has to do it now.
Yeah, they have to do it now.
Yeah, I agree. So we don't have to stifle it. So,
Mr. Kaloji, we need to do this now. Make the changes right here on the floor.
I'm trying to find a hard copy, but if you put the resolution up on the screen and you indicate to the clerk and to Mr. Bridges what portion of it is to be stricken, it can be done right now.
Mr. Bridges, can you put it on the screen, or can you just take it, read it into the record? Because the first whereas, it is the intent of the Trenton City Council to discontinue the use of outside contractors. That should be stricken.
And Council President, can they get a range that'll put the salary under Local 2286? If they can get a range for the title also?
The answer to that would be yes, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you. And let us know what range.
All right, so we got to do this now. This is what I'm saying. Yes. In order for this to move for the second reading, we must complete this now. So let's get started. Mr. Bridges, let's go.
Madam President, I don't know that we will be able to accomplish this tonight, because now we are talking about also changing the salary range. I would just suggest that we pull this from the docket tonight and bring it back for introduction at the next council meeting.
I'm sorry. Can I interject this? This is Director Lopez. I'm sorry.
Rich just said it was that nothing.
We can get a range. We can't get a range with $15 to $16 an hour, Mr.
I don't have the salary range in
Dr.
front of me.
Lopez says she has one.
You
I
have
have it. I wanted to interject. I'm sorry, Adam, but I do have the salary range for that.
Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Bridges, let's do the amendments right now so that this can be at the second reading. You ready?
I'm happy to read it. Bear with me. I can't make the changes, nor do I control the machine to be able to make those changes. So
in the interim, Dr. Lopez, what is the range?
As long as it's read into the record, the actual document can be amended later on. But as long as we have a clear record of exactly what the amended version is, we should be fine.
So let us get, Mr. Kaloji, you need to try to get this done so that we can move forward.
I'm trying to pull up the ordinance, the actual document, which I'm having trouble doing. But as I said, if we just put on the record, in other words, read into the record the revised ordinance or the amended ordinance, leaving out the portion that is going to be stricken, it should be fine. You're just doing it verbally. I'm trying to pull up a copy of it, but I'm not being successful.
Council President?
Yes.
Can Dr. Lopez give us the range, what range number, and read the salary?
She could do that. She said she's prepared to do that.
Okay.
While Mr. Bridges,
Mr. Kaloji, figure the other portion.
Mr. Bridges is going to have to get ready to make these changes so that we don't have to
I mean, the changes are going to essentially be that you're taking out the part where it says council is not desirous of contracting this, and wherever that's referenced in the ordinance, that's going to be stricken. And then to the extent that we're going to amend the range, that can be done. In terms of me doing this and taking control of the machine and writing this out and making the changes, I'm not going to have the ability to do that now. But I mean, I think we put on the record. I mean, sure, I can read it. Sure. Yeah. Why don't I pull that up while Dr. Lopez talks about the range here.
Okay.
Council President, can I start with the salary range?
Yes, yes, I'm prepared.
Okay, so it's
wait a minute, doctor.
Well, you can only put so much power. Don't throw pounds in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, there was nothing like that.
Will you please mute yourselves?
I was like,
yeah, he put like a can and a half in there.
609-468, please mute yourself.
Because it's leaking out somewhere, but you need time to, you know what I mean?
Please mute yourself.
If it's the pressure hose, right, coming out, just the hose, there's a pressure hose, you know?
609-468,
but it usually lasts
almost
through the summer,
Who's talking?
Yeah, so now next winter you could change it, you know, once the summer goes, because it's got to be a slow leak for it to be running this way. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
609-468-4958.
So weird. They just put pressure.
What is going on with this IT department? All righty. So I'm ready. I'm prepared, Dr. Lopez.
Okay, Council President. So it's yes, range one. Salary is $27,773 to $43,441, and that's with Ask Me Local 2286.
Madam President, I have a question.
Please.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Dr. Lopez, could you repeat the salary range, please?
Sure, $27,773 to $43,441.
Okay.
723.
773. 27,773,000.
Okay, and what is the cent?
There's no cent, 00.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Great. And to 40.
Madam President?
Even,
Yes,
43,000 even.
$441 and 00 cents.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Madam President, is that equal to $16 an hour? I don't believe so. I
It
believe
equals
that the
to
state,
$15.25 an hour.
15, 25, $27,000.
27,000 equals to $15.25 per hour.
Okay.
But they're part-time.
No, that's full-time and part-time. The same range, correct, or no?
Yes,
It's
what's the
just-
beginner range one? Councilwoman Wilson.
Thank you. Because part-time will just have less hours.
Okay.
For full-time,
Right.
they will
Okay.
just
So
have
could
more
you go
hours.
ahead to the second range, Doctor?
It's the same.
Doctor, could you go ahead
Yeah,
to the second range?
I should
The
take
second
the
range
hourly
is the
rate
same?
out.
Okay. So they're both the same. All righty. Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. So that's done. 27,773 and $27,773 and 43,000 is the max. 43,441. Okay. Now that's done. So we go back to Mr. Bridges on the front part of this.
Thank you, Council President. So the ordinance that is entitled an ordinance creating a staff of city employees for the Trenton Animal Shelter. The part that is going to be revised of this ordinance is the entire first whereas, and the part that's going to be stricken is whereas it is the intent of the Trenton City Council and parents council to discontinue the use of outside contractors to provide animal welfare services at the Trenton Animal Shelter defined shelter, including animal shelter management, animal shelter, the adoption for small and large animals, community outreach, public education, spray/neuter and rabies vaccination services, and small and large dogs, animal and veterinarian care services for large and small animals. That, including the semicolon, and that part will be stricken and removed. That will be the revisions to that piece of it, in addition to any revisions based on the conversation that Dr. Lopez just shared with you. That's it.
Okay. So we're striking the first piece. All righty. And
Council
Mr.
President.
Pelosi, vote.
Council President, but before we finish, but he can replace that we're
Establishing.
That we're establishing. I can't even say that word tonight. I don't know.
Establishing.
Yes, we're establishing these two positions. Director Bridges, can you? And I'm not drinking, I assure you. That we're creating these roles for the Department of Health and Human Services under the guidelines of the city, the civil service rules. That's all. That's what should replace that first whereas clause, that we're establishing these roles for the department.
These positions are being established based on the civil service law, based on the Civil Service Commission rules and regulations.
Yep.
Why don't we amend it? Because whatever you said, I can't incorporate that into this. Why don't we just say it that the whereas clause that remains, shelter will be staffed by city employees pursuant to civil service rules and regulations, and then carried through from that point.
That's fine.
I will circulate those amendments tonight. Thank you for your comments.
Who wrote that ordinance?
All righty. So that's going to be the.
I don't know.
Admit it. You did it, Bless. You did it. You did it, Mr. Bridges. I know you did it.
No, I do the ordinances and resolutions for the law department. I don't do them for all the departments. And you occasionally when you ask.
Well, you signed it.
Okay.
I signed it as to form and legality.
Are Mr. Bridges, are we able to move on with this ordinance now?
Yes, Council President.
All righty. So with all the provisions put in place, Ms. Penny Carter, you can move to take the vote for 22-12.
May I have a motion to introduce as amended?
So moved.
Whose voice was that?
Councilwoman
Wilkins.
Councilwoman.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Councilwoman.
Okay. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes.
Councilman Michelle?
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins?
Yes.
Councilwoman President McBride?
Yes.
Carried unanimously as amended. Ordinance 22-14 is a capital ordinance appropriating $2 million from the Capital Improvement Fund to pay for repaving of streets in the city of Trenton, the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, and scheduling the public hearing for June the 16th, 2022.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
I think that my statement for this is that this should not be voted on. We're in the middle of a budget. We don't know where we are, and we should not be spending money until we deal with that budget. And if there's if this was connected to a grant or something that did not have a bearing on our budget, then I would say go ahead. But this has a bearing on the budget, and I think that we really, that's why I didn't vote for the expenditures out of the water department. We have a budget that we're facing, and we need to get through that before we just keep spending money. I don't understand how anyone with a clear conscience could spend money and you don't have an approved budget, and we're about to go into the month of June. That's just my statement.
Madam President.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. The money that we are, as you can see, is actually an ordinance to bond. So we are not going to be spending money from the operating budget for this. The $2 million will be bonded for street repairs that our city need. I mean, we are going to be paving about 50 streets. I know that at one point you mentioned that we should just stick with the NJDOT funding. But the NJDOT funding is only for very specific streets. When we apply for streets, and sometimes it takes a couple of years before we get the money, and is very specific to projects. So Stuyvesant Avenue, that was an application that was done, I believe, I think it was 2 years ago or 1 year ago. The same thing with West State Street. That one, we're just beginning to advertise for the work to be done, and so it takes a couple of years before that happens. And I mean, if we all know that the city needs paving.
Mr. Cruz, I know I'm not going to vote for any bonding. I was just looking at all of these reports, and when we came into the city, we were at $135 million in bonding. We have, in the 4 years that we've been here, this council has minimized that. We have taken it down to 118 million. It's not a lot. It's not a big chunk, but it's a decent piece. So I'm not going to be willing to bond anymore. We were moving that number down, and I refuse to do that. And if you look at the numbers, when we started, those numbers were almost $136 million worth of bonds out. No. I say no more bonds. No. So that's where I stand.
Council President.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman.
I'm confused with Mr. Cruz is saying, because on the memo that Mr. Zelensky submitted,
Capital Improvement Fund, yes.
Let me finish, please, because I read my materials. It's stating that no bonds will be issued.
Correct. It's a Capital Improvement Fund.
But I understand it. But you just said that we were, but Mr. Cruz, you just said that we were going to be bonding it out. So
yes,
that's
I misspoke. Yes.
Okay. So it's coming out of capital only. No bonds will be issued. Is that stated in the resolution, in the ordinance? I'm sorry.
Yes, it states it in the ordinance.
Okay. That was the only clarification that I had, because I mean, you know, we need the repavement, but I just wanted to make sure that no bonds were being used.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez. I can't with these people.
I believe that I brought it to the attention of Mr. Cruz and the Water Department Director that according to the rules for the ARP funds, if the damage to the streets is related to work that was done by Waterworks, we can use that. It's covered on the ARP. If it's related to damage done by Waterworks that they could not fix it, they don't have the money to fix it, we could use that part of the money that is entitled to Waterworks for that. And the majority of the streets in Trenton, I tell you, you don't have to lie about it. Waterworks had messed them up through the years, patch them up, and that's it. So we could find out, and probably we could get more than $2 million if we do it that way. A lot more than that. All we have to do is check out the streets. There's Waterworks damage all over the city. Everybody knows that in Trenton. Waterworks comes in, digs a hole, but they never fix it the proper way. They just patch it up and go. And so I believe that we should contemplate using that ARP money, because yes, I went through the training. I went to I was the only one for the city of Trenton that was there, and it states specifically that is something that Waterworks have not finished because they have problems with the money, and we do have problems with Waterworks money. So that money could be used for that. That's all I have to say.
We got 83. We have $83 million over there in that water department, Councilman, and I don't see no reason to use any ARPA money when we have grossed in $83 million at the water department for roads that's dug up by the water department. And we also have a problem with Mr. Lavingberg and no inspectors to go out to all of these contractors that came here doing this lead line replacement and have left these streets in shambles. So no, I don't see going to no ARPA funding for things that are liable under the water department through their contractors for the lead line replacement.
Council President.
Councilwoman Vaughn, you may continue. Councilwoman Vaughn is called first. She was first to respond. Go ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
You know, the accountability, you know, I won't be voting for this because as Council President articulated, we have not, unfortunately, we're 6 months into the year and we still have not been able to agree a sign off on a budget for the city of Trenton. And that's for a lot of reasons. And one of the biggest reasons that I have a concern is that we have unaccounted for all the revenues that you can't do a budget without understanding how much revenues the city has generated, how much has been granted to the city to cover some of the plans and the operating costs of the city. And we don't understand, we have not gotten any inputs from the mayoral administration as far as the revenue generated from our water utility, our parking utilities, our sewer utilities, all our service departments, public works, police department, you name it, across the board. What's in our Councilwoman Wilkins talked about the balances and funds in our trust accounts. The council hasn't been given any of that. So until we understand and we have a full understanding or a full accounting of the revenues generated in the city and how we can support and pay for the services that we want to deliver to our residents, then we can't really move forward here. And some of this stuff on the docket, without the residents knowing that, I mean, the mayor should be reporting on the revenues generated in the city. He doesn't do that. The residents don't even know how much revenues their service departments are generating, and the return on investment they're getting from their tax dollars. And that's just a travesty. And I just won't be a part of it. So I won't be voting for this. And right now we got construction underway right on Stuyvesant Avenue, and they're doing a horrific job. They have torn up the landscape from the Stuyvesant Avenue all the way down to Parkside Avenue. I mean, tore up the grass beds, the streets. It's just, I never seen, you go over to Ewing Township, they did the same work. Their grass beds are put back in place like they were untouched. We got soil. I mean, it's just horrific. It's just a shame that they think it come in here and do a backhoe and just tear up the landscape of the city of Trenton around our historic park. It's just, and it happens all over the city, as Councilman Rodriguez just said. So I won't be voting for this, and I don't understand how the mayor, he only has 6 months left. I mean, possibly into this our tenure, and he wants to start doing multi-million-dollar projects. Some of them won't even complete by the time the citizens, by the time we know the outcome of the election. So I won't be voting for these major costly projects. I don't even know where the money's going. He should have done these projects long before now. And Council President, I yield my time.
Council President. Council President, I have my hand up.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes, and I appreciate all the comments regarding the budget. I'm not happy that we don't have a budget either. However, if you drive through this city, and we all drive through this city, the streets are a disgrace. I had replaced 3 tires on a brand new car because they got cut hitting those potholes. And most of the calls I get from people are very angry. Our constituents, our taxpayers are very angry because they're tearing up their cars, and we need these streets fixed, and we have to figure out how we're going to do it. And so I will be supporting this because I think that the streets are a disgrace in the city of Trenton. Thank you.
Yes. Madam President.
There's a council person that wants to speak.
Yes.
Is that Councilman Harris?
Yeah, Council President, it's Councilman Harrison.
Yes, go ahead.
Like Mr. Cruz said, it's 50 streets. The streets are in repair. And this is also, this includes speed humps too. Correct, Mr. Cruz?
Yes.
Does it involve speed humps? Exactly. People want. Right.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. My apologies.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Mr. Cruz. I'm sorry.
No. Go ahead. It's your time.
No, you can speak, Ed. You were talking about Ed.
No, but
Mr. Harrison, you need to speak because you can't yield the floor to anyone. The only person who can do that is the presiding officer. So go ahead and speak, and then Mr. Cruz will be given the opportunity.
Well, I did speak. I said that there are 50 streets and speed humps, which was elaborated by the director. I mean, by Mr. Cruz, that exactly it would include speed humps that people want all over the city. And you're right, the streets are in need. We need to repair the streets. Why are we not going to repair the streets? And speed humps, these are what people want, speed humps. But Mr. Cruz could speak on it a little more.
Mr. Cruz, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam President. Yes, Madam President, I just want to add this last piece of information. The capital improvement fund is actually money that is actually set aside from previous years. From last year into this year, with the transitional year budget, we were able to allocate $7 million into that capital fund. So it's not money that we will be bonding, and it's not money that is coming out of our operating budget. It's money that is sitting in an account I'm sorry. So it's money that is coming from an account that with money set aside. So it will not be additional expenditures or bonding that will cost the city, additional to pay for it. The money is already there, available to use.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you.
Ms. Penny Carter, you may continue with the vote.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
No.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Councilwoman McBride.
No.
It's carried.
Continue.
Ordinance 22-15, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 437 Martin King Jr. Boulevard, Block 6608, Lot 2, pursuant to NJSA 40A:12-13, in parens B and in parens 5, to Torrance Green for the sum of $8,800. Public hearing is scheduled for June the 16th, 2022.
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Miss Penny Carter, I was trying to find out, I was on mute. Which resolution
sorry.
are we on? Which one are we? Oh, we're on the ordinances.
yeah, ordinance 22-15.
22-15. Oh, okay. Got it. Sorry about that.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yeah, let's see where I'm at. Okay, yes.
Carried.
Mm-hmm.
Ordinance 22-16, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map, 139 Morris Avenue, Block 16602, Lot 1, pursuant to NJSA 40:12-13, in parens B and parens 5, to Fifi Family Enterprises LLC for the sum of $7,000. The public hearing is scheduled for June 16th, 2022.
Council President, I ask that be pulled, sent communication to the admin, to the clerk.
Okay, so you're
Sorry.
pulling this? Okay. All right. This is okay. Thank you.
What's happening?
He said that he sent you information earlier to pull this, but anyway, it's pulled now, and
Yes.
We can move on.
Yes, sir.
22-17.
22-17, and it's an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property identified in the city tax map as 178 Sherman Avenue, Block 21601, Lot 70, pursuant to NJSA 40:12-13, parens B and parens 5, Johanna A. Rodriguez, for the sum of $5,300. The public hearing is June the 16th.
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
Yes.
Carried. Ordinance 22-18, an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned property known as 299-301 Enterprise Avenue to the contiguous property owner, Alpha Shredding Group.
So move.
And the public hearing is June the 16th, 2022.
Second.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson,
Yes.
Councilman Harrison,
Yes.
Councilman Michelle,
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn,
I'm sorry, I lost my place. Which resolution is this?
22-18.
Enterprise Avenue? Oh, no. Answer is no.
Councilwoman Wilkinson,
Yes.
Council President McBride.
I'm abstaining because I don't know enough about this company.
Okay, it carried. Ordinance 22-19, an ordinance creating the confidential position clinical psychologist in the Department of Health and Human Services newly established mental health and wellness program in the director's office, setting forth certain regulations for the implementation of the same. The public hearing is scheduled for June the 16th, 2022.
Council President.
So move.
You have to get a second.
Second.
Council
Yeah,
President.
go ahead. Go ahead. Yes.
This is just a point of, is that Enterprise Avenue and redevelopment zone?
Yes, it is.
So how's that property being sold? That has to be sold pursuant to redevelopment law.
Let them deal with that, because you have to just keep challenging them in court, and yeah, council members
No. That is not. Well, I will challenge that. That is not.
Yeah,
that is illegal. That's an illegal sale. I'm just saying that's Enterprise Avenue is redevelopment zone.
Council President,
like
this is
development property.
Council President, can I answer that question? This is Sally Samuel.
Yes, you can, Ms. Samuels.
Thank you, Council President. So the councilwoman is right. That property is within a redevelopment zone. However, it is an undersized lot within a redevelopment zone, so it can be sold pursuant to the local land and buildings law in accordance with the pertinent provision that deals with undersized contiguous lots. So it's being sold to the contiguous property owner as an undersized property. And so that's why it is legal and it can be sold pursuant to local land and buildings. And because we're selling it according to local land and buildings, that's why we came before the council with an ordinance as opposed to a resolution to transfer the property. So in order to not only have the council vote on it, but to have the public weigh in during the public hearing. So it is quite legal because it's an undersized lot that is being sold to a contiguous property owner. And I hope that answers the question.
Well, you know, Ms. Samuels, the last time you guys had an undersized lot on, and that's why I had to abstain, because I needed to go out to the site, because the last time the Housing and Economic Development Department put a lot up to sale on Bond Street, the lot was almost worth $100,000. It ran all the way from Middle Rose to Bond Street. And then when we get out there to look at the lot, they posted that big lot on the screen. And then when we got out there, they said, oh, no. It's just for this little piece of driveway. But that's not what they had on the screen. And that was not what they were promoting to sell. So I can't vote on anything. I need to physically go out there and see the size of the lot in order to be able to reconcile with what you're saying. And that's just what I need to do before I vote for anything to be sold, and have never set my eyes on it. No, I just can't do business like that. So, you said it's an undersized lot. I don't know what it is, because I haven't went out there to view the lot. And
So this,
Ms. Penny Carter, we can, do you have the other resolution that we are, that I am walking on this evening?
Excuse me, just 1 minute. You all were just talking
Vote on
about,
it.
I'm sorry, you were just talking about Enterprise Avenue, but that one had already been voted on. And the one that I
Yeah.
read was
It
2219.
can't be, it can, 219. Oh, 219.
219
Oh,
had to do with the clinical psychologist. So
oh,
the
okay,
conversation
okay,
about Enterprise was somewhat mute.
okay.
She already did the vote.
Right, right. It's not mute if it's in a redevelopment zone, the attorneys would have to deal with it. But anyways, you're right. We skipped over the did we vote on the mental health
No, clinical
2019? Okay, you could
psychologist.
yes, you could take the vote.
Council President, I just have a quick question. Ms. Penny, did you read it already? I'm sorry.
Yes, I did read the title.
Okay,
It was moved by Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson and seconded by Councilman Harrison.
I just have a question on it, Council President.
Yes, go right ahead.
For the clinical psychologist, it doesn't specify whether it is in any of the locals. Is this a confidential position or unclassified position? I don't know. It doesn't stay. It doesn't state. I just wanted to clarify.
Madam President.
Mr. Cruz, or
Madam President.
Yes, go ahead. I can't see. You have to identify something.
This is Colin Cherry. I apologize.
Go right ahead. Okay.
In the title of the ordinance, it states that this is a confidential position.
Confidential. Okay.
Councilwoman.
All right. Thank you. Because I was looking at the information. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mrs. Carter, could you continue?
Okay, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes.
Councilman Harrison.
Yes.
Councilman Michelle.
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins.
Yes.
And Council President McBride.
Yes.
Now, before we do the walk-on resolution, can someone please tell me what we're doing with the ordinance 22-18 that involves Enterprise Avenue? Is that being approved like the vote was, or are we doing something else?
No. You could leave it like it is, and then the attorneys will have to deal with it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Redevelopment. All right. Then we have a walk-on resolution 22-227. A resolution authorizing the appropriation of $150,000 from the funds allotted to the city of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan of 2021 to the Conservatory NJ LLC, doing business as the Conservatory Museum.
And Ms. Penny Carter, before we go into the vote for this, I need to explain to the public and to my colleagues why I had to walk this on, because I do not believe in walk-ons. But this resolution was tabled, and it was tabled to bring the conservatory mansion some funding that was needed to stop the doors from closing. We had went into three conferences on how to deal with this this particular establishment. And the last meeting we had, we were all in agreement that we would give them the money to keep their doors from closing based on the COVID and based on the fact that they had been trying to get funding during the COVID and was turned down They said something about redlining really happens in the inner city with the insurance company and the whole nine. And when we left the meeting, we had already explained to the proprietor that we would be allotting this money. When it came time for this to come back onto the docket, it did not show up. I got a text saying that it was now in Jim Beach hands. I don't know who that is, but I do know that it should have been on the May 5th, I believe, docket, but it wasn't. And then they told us, well, don't worry, it will definitely be on May the 17th. And then the resolution never showed up. When we went into the review, I asked Mr. Cruz where the resolution was and why it wasn't presented to the council. I was told that he didn't know anything about it, that he would have to get back with me. And as of today, I still didn't hear anything. And I needed to put this back on the docket because it should have been on 2 council meetings ago. And that is why I had to walk it on. And I definitely don't believe in walking on, but I don't believe that the administration can take me into court for failing to produce documents, and then we turn around and they do the same thing, and there is no repercussion behind what they do. There's no no one makes them answer to why, or they don't have to say why they don't put things back on the docket when it's been tabled or pulled and the date has been given, but they hold me to the letter of the law. And so that is why it's being walked on. Ms. Penny Carter, you could take this straight to a vote. It don't have to be no conversation on this. It's clear. Did everybody get the resolution?
Council President, no, I don't have the word.
Ms.
Can I have a motion?
Council President?
So moved.
Ms. Penny Carter.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Harrison said he didn't get the resolution.
Well, yeah, Council President, I wanted to speak too. Right? I can speak?
Yeah, you can speak, but I wanted to go straight to the vote. But Ms. Penny Carter, did everybody not get this resolution?
When I walked out of the office, Cleveland had this, and I assumed that he had sent it to everybody because you had talked to him to create it. You or Mr. Kaloji had created it with him.
Can I get to speak, Council President, now?
Read the resolution. No.
You want me to read it?
You need to read it into the record, because you will get the opportunity when the business is handled correctly.
Okay. It's a resolution authorizing the appropriation of $150,000 from the funds allotted to the City of Trenton under the American Rescue Plan of 2021 to the Conservatory, in parentheses, NJ, LLC, doing business as the Conservatory Mansion. Whereas President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, and in parentheses, ARPA-21, into law on March the 11th, 2021, and thereby sought to provide immediate and emergency aid to metropolitan cities, to small towns, Americans, particularly people of color, immigrants, and low-wage workers, are facing a deep economic crisis. And whereas the United States Department of Treasury, DOT, has stated that from big cities to small towns, Americans, particularly people of color, immigrants, and low-wage workers, are facing a deep economic crisis. And whereas ARPA-21 provides $913,998 in aid to the City of Trenton over the next 2 years, that's $36,456,999 having been distributed the 2021 calendar year, $36,456,999 to be distributed for the 2022 calendar year. And whereas DOT has emphasized the money is designated to provide immediate and direct relief, substantial flexibility, each government to meet local needs, whereas the Conservatory, in parens, NJ, LLC, doing business as the Conservatory Mansion, located at 540 East State Street, Trenton, in a nonprofit entity with an arts center, provides and promotes cultural and activities within the city of Trenton, receives Trenton citizens of all ages and backgrounds, whereas the Conservatory Mansion has experienced substantial financial difficulties during the pandemic, its continued viability as an integral component of the city warrants action by the City Council. Aforesaid, whereas funds are available for this purpose, account R-01070-7070-299, as confirmed by the certification of funds attached hereto. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, New Jersey, the sum of $150,000 from ARPA funds be provided to the Conservatory Mansion for use in accordance with ARPA guidelines and applicable law. Be it further resolved that said funding is expressly contingent on the Conservatory Mansion maintaining its current LLC ownership for a period of 5 years, not selling or transferring ownership for a period of 5 years. And it is further resolved that this resolution shall take effect pursuant to law.
Mr. Kaloji? Mr. Kaloji?
Yes, Council President.
Well, we don't have the funds certified because the resolution had gotten completed so late in the evening. So what do we do when
we're going to have to carry it until the next council meeting, during which period a certification of funds will be obtained by the clerk's office and attached to the resolution. Council can't vote on a resolution expending money unless there's an attached certification of funds.
And so we have to wait for this resolution to be voted on based on getting Zelensky to certify those funds.
That's correct.
All righty. So we do know that we have $41 million in the ARPA funding. So I will ask you if you could send a letter out to Mr. Cruz asking Mr. Zelensky to certify these funds so that this resolution will be able to be placed on the June 2nd docket.
So the motion will be to carry it to the next meeting, pending receipt of the certification.
Yes, I will make a motion to carry it to the next meeting based on the information that you just shared with us in reference to the certification of funding.
Ms. Carter, does this have a number, this resolution? Have you assigned a number to it yet?
Yes. 22-227.
227, thank you.
So I'm making a motion to carry this over to the next docket.
I seconded.
It's been seconded, Ms. Carter. Can you take the vote?
Yes. Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson?
Yes.
Councilman Harrison?
Yes, but I still had a question, but it's okay. Council President, you break the rules all the time, but it's okay. I have a question, but it's okay.
Councilman Michelle?
Yes.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yes.
Councilwoman Wilkins?
Yes.
Council President McBride?
Yes.
Carried unanimously.
Ms. Carter, are we on the public portion of this meeting?
We're now moved to public comments. If I can have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I would need someone, Councilwoman Vaughn, are you gonna help me with the hands? Because we can't see.
Oh, yes.
I can't see it either.
I can see it.
Anything with
Okay.
this
The
here
first
iPad.
person. All right, here we go. The first person is, one second, please. Let me get them. Kaneki King. Kaneki King.
Go right ahead, Ms. King.
You have to unmute yourself, *6. *6. Kaneki King, are you there? All right, the next
Move on
one
to the next.
is Miss Mary Horn.
Go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Yes, good evening, Council. I'll be brief, and thank you. Just like to speak in reference to taxpayers' dollars. And reference the house needs to be torn down or it can be rehabbed.
Ms. Horn, you're
okay.
fading.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just like to speak in reference to taxpayers' dollars. I'll say that again, and thank you. In reference to public notification, I think that's a must when you're referring to rehabbing houses or tearing it down, because we need to know, because some houses may need to be rehabbed, maybe they can be rehabbed, and others may not. Maybe we have to tear them down. We had a situation over here on Parkside Avenue, 840. The house had fell down on its own, and so we were able to get the rest of the house removed because there was a problem with animals and vagrant or all kind of stuff going on there at that property. So we were able to get it down. And then in reference to that, we need to know what we're going to put there after we bring the property down or remove a home and have a vacant lot there. We have a vacant lot here on Parkside Avenue where we took the house down at 840. I sent a couple of emails to the Housing and Economics Director in reference to having a conversation about a community garden. I have heard nothing yet. So the lot remains there. So I would really like to have the conversation about that, how the city can engage with the community here and acquiring a city garden. Number two is that, as I said, as I started, we need to have conversations with the community in reference to whether the house can be rehabbed or it just needs to be taken down. We need to know, because then that gives taxpayers or people who live in the city an opportunity to perhaps buy a property and rehab it. And then, that generates tax revenues. We're looking for ratables here in the city because we need them. Number three, we have 3/4-inch galvanized pipes here on Parkside Avenue. And we need them taken out. We've had the conversation. I've had a conversation with Public Works, with the director, a couple of times I've had with Public Works. And we need for someone to come out and look at that. I haven't heard anything about that yet. Number three is that we've only had 3 lead lines piping removed and replaced here on Parkside Avenue, and the other 98% hasn't been touched. And I've had a conversation with Michael Walker. He says he couldn't get in touch with the people here at the on Parkside Avenue. But I've had conversations. I sent him a list of all the addresses. I was able to get contact with the residents here on Parkside Avenue. I would really like someone to look into that. You know, if we're going to go in and spend taxpayers' dollars or Rescue Act money, I would really like for someone to look into that. Number 4, we have a property at 896 Parkside Avenue that has had a fire and just damaged 898, and the homeowner had to move. He couldn't repair his property until 896 repaired theirs. In the meantime, they collected the insurance money and sold the house. After that, the house was sold for $38,000. Now the house is still sitting there with fire damage. I don't know if it's incumbent upon the city or however that will. I would like for somebody to look into that from the administration and see how we're doing this. And that's not the only house that's being sold. 898 here, the roof is caved in. The courts have made the people who were renting there and move out, but the house still remains. Now that's up for sale. But I like to know, you know, how that works and how we can get remedy those things that's going on here. And I just had a conversation with 883, 885, 887, the owners of that property, in reference to the trash that's putting out there, and they have a dumpster, and the city is paying for the city workers to come out and remove their trash, and they have a dumpster sitting in the back. So thank you for your time, and I just would like to hear from the administration in reference to all those issues. Thank you.
And thank you. Next person, Councilwoman.
Yeah, the next one is 396-2050.
Yes, it's Faith Ann Pearson.
Go right ahead.
I'm very glad to see we're back into the virtual meetings because I cannot get to the City Hall. Sorry, I missed the last session. I am very, very concerned with the way City Council is handling and verbally questioning issues on each of the ordinances. To me, it doesn't look like you're getting the ordinances in a timely manner for which you can go through to look at wording, dates, and so on. I am surprised that you're bickering, fighting, and all on a election year. If you guys want to become reelected, you better get your acts together, because as it stands right now, the people that I've talked to in the East Trenton neighborhood said they refuse to vote for whoever it is that's going before City Council that's already there, because they are sick and tired of the bickering, the complaints, when things need to be taken care of, like the houses being torn down. So many say, no, no, no. When you're complaining about the blight, people don't want to come into the city because they see how the houses are. Yes, I agree. You should have some form of a plan for what you're going to do with the vacant property once the building comes down. But as a individual, I'd rather drive through a neighborhood and see vacant lots rather than... I'm trying to talk and something's in the background. As I was saying, I'd rather buy a vacant lot and have a house put on it.
6 wings.
Thank you.
No fries, so whatever.
Wait a minute. See, this is the problem. IT.
Without the fries, no fries.
IT.
I'm sorry?
You mean to tell me the IT department cannot shut this person down?
Thank you.
IT.
There's no IT on.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Council President.
They need to mute themselves.
There's no IT on. So the next person is Sherry Garrett.
Well, this is really. You can't hear, she can't speak over this person.
Hey, my friend, how are you? Good, good, good.
No IT
Yes,
in
I saw.
person, no going virtual.
Yeah.
This is disgusting. Mr. Cruz, where is the IT gentleman? My goodness, this is just.
Okay, the next person is Miss Sherry Garrett.
Go right
Thank
ahead, Miss
you.
Garrett.
Thank you. Cherie Garrett, West Ward. I wanted to comment on the introduction for 2214. Is that 2214? 2214. Oh yes, 2214. I was in a meeting when a public meeting with Capital City, I think it's Black Caucus, and I mentioned this before I mentioned this before to the council that Sam Frisbee shared that he wanted the city, the administration, to reach out to the county because the county wanted to use their opera funds for paving a road, for the roads in Trenton. So it sounds like that the administration has not, I think, what's his name, Lister? Is that the finance, the chief of staff? That's not Lister. Marston or whatever, the chief of staff for Mayor Gutierrez, the gentleman that was hired after the Montrell left. He was on that call as well. And it just doesn't seem like we're still trying to spend money that we don't need to. If the county wants to repave the roads in Trenton and use their ARPA funds for that, why not? Why is it coming out of our budget? In regards to 2212, I guess since this is the introduction, I'm still waiting to hear from Dr. Lopez in regards to how she phased out TAR, because from my understanding, we have a lieutenant that is assigned over there, and I thought all of our police officers had other things to do. So here we got someone who's in a lieutenant position, making money, but she's not working. She's working. She is been assigned responsibility of the animal shelter. That doesn't look, that I don't even know how she could be in that role. Okay, so our tax dollars is not being used effectively. In regards to the I got to go back real quick and in this to Mr. Cruz's 22204. I see you kind of trim that down because when you spoke on Tuesday, you said it was 300 people. I think it's trimmed down to 66, and when it's 66 divided into this, that's $20,000 per person. So that's pretty good. But that's only 66 people. So I really don't know how, from what I heard tonight, that there are a number of positions that are open, but I hope people will be able to get these 66 be able to be after they show their worth and their value, that they will be able to be hired by the city in those roles. And hopefully those seasonal positions are positions that have vacancies, and this is their chance. This will be an opportunity for them to prove that they can function in those capacity and be brought on full time. I think that is. Oh, and yes, Yeah, that's really it. I guess when we have the public meeting and we get to ask more in-depth questions and get answers, I will resume. But I have to say, Mr. Councilman Harrison, I feel like I'm being traumatized. I'm part of the process, but it's just too much. It's too much. It's too much with the bickering back and forth with your colleagues. It's too much. It's over the top. It's not necessary. That's not how you're supposed to function. This is not you. This is your body. And you have to look at it as your body. If your arm is not mobile or you're not able to walk, it's very miserable. So you're making us all sick. And we're not able to be at our best if we are not well. So, please pull that stuff in. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn, who else? The next person.
The next person is Trenton Business.
Go right ahead. Please state your name.
Okay, hi. My name is Ms. Chowdhury. Oh wait, let me get rid of some background noises. I'm in Trenton right now. I wanted to first of all address the issue of some of these contracts and the building contracts, but the compensation for employees. I think that like some of the problems there represents kind of a trend where people from within Trenton or that have more vested interest in Trenton are not having opportunities to advance and not having opportunities to be compensated. And I find it so interesting because I was looking into compensations of some city roles, and I was really surprised and shocked to find out that police colonel or lieutenants, for instance, make $130,000, and this doesn't include their pension packages. This doesn't include the fact that they're allowed to retire early. So their compensation compared to other people who serve Trenton really, to me, indicates possibly a problem. I don't know where that bias is rooted, but it really bothers me that we can't compensate our people. You're not always going to get good leadership if you don't compensate people, for their value and compensate them properly. For someone to make 140,000, that's a professional salary. That would normally require a college education, but we are handing this to people who don't have licenses, who are not certified in any real manner, who have progressed through, systems of policing. And I feel like it's, certain groups seem to profit off Trenton all the time. And it's things like police and jail, all the wrong people to help this city, do better and prosper. So I found that an interesting conversation. The other thing I wanted to address was public notification. I was just discussing this with a Trenton resident, longtime Trenton resident, and I was talking to her and a group of people about engagement in the process of municipal government. And the reality is that in a lot of urban areas, those important discussions happen in places like, barbershops and street corners, because that's where the social discussion and important, political discussions occur. And a lot of the reason for that is there's been a traditional disenfranchisement of a lot of groups of people, immigrants, minorities, other groups who have not been comfortable going into the halls of government, into the halls of Congress, into the halls of, legislature, to be part of this discussion. And I think Ms. Horn was talking about that. I think that Trenton should have a stronger public-facing engagement with the community. Trenton is not a large urban area, but people don't know when meetings are. People don't know how to log in still. People are not aware of what's happening. And I think it's just, part of a larger problem of, an active disenfranchisement in the past and perhaps a passive disenfranchisement now, but it's still a disenfranchisement. Add to that so many people have been disenfranchised through the criminal system, can't cast ballots, don't know that you can now register to vote regardless of a criminal past. So you've basically locked out a lot of people from the functions of government. And I think that's one of the things that's happening in Trenton. So my question is, and my suggestion is, with so many abandoned buildings and billboards that Trenton has access to, why are there not more public facing messages? Why is there not more messaging about things like council meetings, initiatives, the 250 plan, the grants? And another thing I think that needs to be addressed in a much more public manner is the summer's coming, and there could be an uptick in violence and gun violence. Why are these billboards and these abandoned buildings not being used? That's a lot of square footage, that in certain urban areas would be coming at a premium, but here it's there. It's basically free for Trenton. So why aren't we using this? And I agree that there should be better communication. I'm glad that these are back online, these meetings, because it fosters larger public discussion. But I still think there needs to be more. I think people need to know how to access the functions of state, regardless of the fact that they've been traditionally unopen, inaccessible, uncomfortable, or outright hostile, to certain groups of people. People deserve to, for the amount of taxes that people pay in Trenton, people deserve to be part of the process. So yeah, we need more public facing and easily accessible, directions and messaging. I'm concerned about the violence. I think that the billboards and buildings can be used to send out some kind of messaging as we go into the summer. It's not going to be like a one-time solve, but it'll help. But I see nothing, and that brings me, of course, to to police reform. We need more police reform. I feel like every time something happens, there's a small amount of discussion, then there's the standard rhetoric. Then the police department comes out with their, not really apologetic, but, people are addressing it and we're on it and we're all, outraged and, not outraged, but they're shocked and they're disturbed and they're concerned. So we get like a paragraph, maybe 3 paragraphs, and then it just ends. Once again, police reform ends. Police reform has not functioned right and not been effective for decades. Policing has had problems for centuries in the U.S. And I feel like the same thing is happening in Trenton. So I want to know why we haven't had more active police reform, why we haven't had more, discussions in the community. Why are we still getting rhetoric? Why are we not getting more active police reform? I would like to see a Bill of Rights on the police site. I would like to see, what other groups like the ACLU publish on palm cards, a list of people's rights so people know, okay, how do you deal with the police? Here are your rights. Here are things you should do, could do and don't need to do. For instance, John Henderson did not offer his ID. It is not illegal in the U.S. to not present your ID to police. It is absolutely not illegal. If a policeman or policewoman asks you for an ID and you say no, that is not illegal. The U.S. is one of the small number of nations that do not require a person to carry state issue or federally issued ID at all times. You can say no to that. That was not a crime. And I'm very curious to see how this review of Henderson's case plays out, because they had no right to approach him. And they had no right to escalate that situation. So it's just another example of a long-term problem. And I would like to see more happening. The, Civilian Review Board bills are, often up for passage in various legislatures. And I would like to see more support for that. I know our police director is trying to, gain more community engagement, but I would like to see more. Even our police site is very limited in information compared to any other urban city. And this is the capital. And our police site is 4 pages long with like 5 numbers. There's no Bill of Rights. There's no links to where people can get help for various issues. So I just would like to see more in that regard. And as far as the buildings and construction, I just want to see trickle down. If there's $400,000 contracts going on, there has to be a trickle down. Trenton can't keep bleeding out and expect to progress as a city. It cannot keep bleeding out. It makes no economic sense. So as much as I don't want to be that particular on these contracts, not to let them pass, I just want serious oversight of these contracts. If there's $400,000, somebody in Trenton should be getting something. You know, it doesn't make sense that you've got abandoned buildings and you've got people looking for jobs, and somehow those two can't connect. We are not able to logistically handle that.
Excuse me,
That's
10
our mistake.
minutes has gone by.
Okay.
Ma'am,
All
your
right.
time is up.
All right.
The next person, Council President, is Lee Ingram.
Go right ahead, Mr. Ingram. Mr. Ingram?
Yes, unmute. Okay, I'm unmuted now. How y'all doing tonight?
We're
Council,
fine.
can
How are
you hear me?
Yes, we
I'm
can.
fine.
Go
I'd just
right
like to
ahead.
say, Lee Ingram, 102 Brown Street, Trenton, New Jersey. I'd like to get a message to the police director that I thank him for talking to Pastor Broach about the situation, that I'm trying to reach out to him and set up a meeting with him to discuss a matter about the police chaplaincy program that I was involved with. And it's an issue that really needs to be addressed. I've been trying to address it with the person that's in charge of that program for the last 2 years, and they keep putting it off. I'm trying not to go public with it because, number one, I don't want to bring bad light on the police chaplaincy program, something that I and Reverend Bill Watson, Bonnie Watson Coleman's husband, help bring back to Trenton to help the citizens of Trenton. So again, I'm asking that Police Director Wilson, please get in contact with me. My information is in the city clerk's office, my phone number, my email, any way that he can to set up an appointment with me to discuss this matter, because if it keeps getting ignored, I have no other choice but to put bad light on the police chaplaincy program, something I really don't want to do. And I thank council for their time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn, who's next?
The next person is Ms. Caitlin Fair.
Go right ahead, Ms. Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening, Council. Just really quickly to the point of police reform that Ms. Chowdhury was talking about, I just wanted to mention, and I did put this full statement that I began a few weeks ago on Facebook, but I just wanted to come on the call since I'm on here and it got brought up to reiterate that there are a couple of things that I think that anyone who's interested in police reform really should be aware of and honing in on. And one of those is that there is a bill in the state legislature right now to end qualified immunity for police, which is a function that typically is one of the get out of jail free cards for police who are involved in excessive force and police murders. And so I think that's something that we definitely need to be advocating for with our state legislators. So I would encourage anybody on this call, including council, to be pushing for the state legislators to pull that out of committee and get it voted on and get it passed, figure out a way to get that passed, because that would be a really critical step for New Jersey towards that effort. And then I also wanted to mention that in a previous council, there was a group of residents that had proposed a municipal civilian review board for the police department with subpoena power. Unfortunately, that didn't gain very much traction in that previous council. And so it's something that I want to bring up as something that potentially this council might undertake and consider putting up to establish within the city of Trenton, because I think that would be a real practical effort towards police reform in our municipality at a minimum, while we work to get real police reform at the state level as well. So that's all I wanted to say. And if anybody's interested, the full statement with more details about that is on my Facebook page, and I can repost it so that it's easy to find. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
There aren't more hands, Council President, but you may want to give a shout out. Anybody on the call that can't put up their hands?
Is there
Yes,
anybody
Paul
on the phone?
Bethea. Paul
Yep.
Bethea.
Okay.
Go right ahead, Mr. Bethea.
First of all, I'd like to say, my name's Paul Bethea, 55 Alden Avenue. Number one, once again, I did all the necessary paperwork, and the company doctor did his paperwork for me to get my handicap signed. Number one, I didn't get that yet. Okay. Number two is a lot of things that we having big problem parking on the street, and we was utilizing the lot over there in the city that's on Alden Avenue, and the city came and locked it out, put a chain over it. Now the people can't park, and now they fighting. You know, when they come home for work. I don't know why they did it. I'm trying to purchase the lot so people can have free parking there when they come home. And number three, that is anybody working in City Hall? Because it's hard to get somebody in the director's office. And it's even hard to even get the director over there, because we got to start looking at the people that we appoint in these positions. Because if you can see that the people that's appointed in these positions are only hiring their own kind. And people in the city of Trenton been working here, been living here, and can't even get a job with the city. But yet, we see people that's coming in the city of Trenton, and now they work for the city of Trenton. The city residents are very upset about that, and they don't like what they're seeing. And another thing I like to say, Mayor, you might as well come on out from behind the desk and start answering these questions, because we see you on Facebook, but you don't come and talk to the public. We hear city council, but we want to hear from you. And number three, we want to hear from the public works director. Why is all this garbage out here? Why we got filthy Trenton now? You see what I'm saying? And there's a lot of issues in Trenton that's going on. The big issue now is that the school board, what they did was a terrible job. Y'all the mayor need to get down there and straighten that up. Now the kids that's coming from North Trenton got to go to school all the way in West Trenton. We already got a bad fighting issue. We already got a bad gang issue. But to add on to the problem, we want 6 years old little girls to walk from North Trenton all the way to Gregory School. Or they if they have to catch the bus, they have to catch 2 buses to get home. And then the mother can't keep her job, because she got to make sure the baby get to school on time. So what are we asking these mothers? We always said it's always about the children. Is it really about the children, or is it about the money? Such as the animal shelter. I heard y'all was talking about this salary, $16 an hour. That's minimum wage today. That is minimum wage today. But that's not your problem. I see y'all touched a lot of things that really wasn't your problem. Now, some things that I'm glad y'all did mention it, but see, the union got to step up and do their job. And y'all don't need to do their job. Because if you in the union and you seeing this going on, why y'all got to speak of it and they sitting at the table and they can talk about it? All that should have been negotiated during negotiation. Instead of them worrying about that American dream, they should have been worried about their future. Now, y'all sitting up there talking about something that they should have been discussing in negotiation with the bargain agree attorney. But now it's hitting y'all plate. This one deserved this much. Yeah, I understand all that. But if he's not speaking out for it, even though he went to court, he could have discussed that right there in his bargain agree when it was at the table. Because at the table, you can set tone of what the salary going to be and what it ain't going to be. And number 3, we got to get it together because it's filthy Trenton. We got to change. If the person ain't doing the job, it's time to get rid of them. Just as well y'all tried to bring the police director up front. Y'all gonna have to call a lot of people up front that ain't doing their job with a ticket in that. People put matches out with no matches covered. People's street ain't getting swept because they don't. The public works director refused to come in front of y'all and tell you that we need new sweepers. Well, first of all, we really don't need new sweepers. We got to get legit mechanics in there to work on them sweepers so we can stop spending money on brand new sweepers every time you turn around. See, you got to see the problem to be able to fix the problem. And if you can't see the problem, you can't fix the problem. Everybody want to come to Trenton to be the cash cow. Now, I really like Ms. Horn, like Mary Horn said, we tearing down properties, but you're not allowing the residents of Trenton to utilize the parking lot. And then we tried to obtain the parking lot. They don't put it up for sale. And if they do, they give it to a corporation that don't even live in the city of Trenton. If you give it to me, I've been maintaining a lot. Me and this company over here, we've been maintaining a lot. But the city came and put a chain over it. So now we're having a big issue. Until somebody gets seriously hurt, then everybody want to come over here because it's election season and talk about I didn't know. But you can't tell me that, because if you tell me that, I'm going to put you on the front line. Now, it was 2 people that tried to help me with the handicap sign, and I know they did. And I'm going to tell you who they are. Robin Vaughn and Kathy McBride. Them 2 tried to help me to get my handicap sign because I might have to go back to operation. I don't want to take a 3rd operation, but I might have to go back through that. And number 4, we got hurt on your job. And your not police director. Your public works director is laying these guys off with no income. Is that a way to treat somebody gave you years and years of hard work, and then you're going to kick them straight in the ASS and tell them, we got no job for you no more? A lot of people ain't got the income. They barely making it. But yet, you're going to throw them out to the wolves and says, listen, we can't accommodate you for a job because you unable to do the job that you got hired for. Y'all got to start addressing these issues. A man is going to lose his job. I'm not going to put his name out there. A man going to lose his job because he got hurt on your job. And when I go up there, I'm going to lose my job too. I'm trying to come back. I'm telling you, I'm trying to come back. But I can't come back and do the things that I was hired to do. And you know what that public works director gonna tell me? Like he told the company doctor already, I'm unable to accommodate you. Out of all the years I gave the city, y'all treat me like a piece of trash. Is that a way to do your employee that dedicate his time, got over 300 sick days? 300 sick days I got. 200 vacation. Is that the way I gave you my time? And a couple brothers gave you your time. They laid another guy off.
Excuse me.
That was working.
Excuse me. His time is up. His 10 minutes is up.
I understand that. Please. You got another guy that they just laid off.
Excuse me.
Your time is up, sir.
All right, thank you. Have a loved day. I hope y'all do that to everybody else. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, Council President, I don't see anybody else out there who can't raise their hand but is on the phone. Speak up.
Seeing no hands and hearing no one on the phone, I move to close public comment.
So move. Second.
Ms. Penny Carter, all in favor?
Aye.
Public comment is closed. I move straight into the civic comment, and I will start with the Councilwoman Wilkins.
Good
Okay,
evening,
thank you.
Starting with me.
Councilwoman
Wilkins, I'm
Wilkins.
sorry.
Good evening, everyone. First, of course, I always like to thank you all for coming, staying civically engaged with all the affairs and things of that nature with the city of Trenton. I just want to make a brief statement with regards to city of Trenton employees. It seems as though that there is, one, an outcry. Two, there's a lot of different approaches and steps that they have to take to get what they've earned. They've worked, they dedicated their lives to the city. City employees matter. I seen that sign one time. The city employees are the backbone of the city. This is how we have services provided for the residents and even for ourselves. And I think it's very unfair and unjust when employees are looked over, when they get injured and they have no recourse. When employees are quote unquote abused, we have to take care of home. I've learned myself that if you don't take care of your home base, nothing else is going to work. Look at the city. Look at the services. And the services are an indication of maybe how the employees are feeling. Apparently, morale is low. I'm hoping that maybe some things can change and change quickly. They're understaffed. They're overworked. A lot of them are underpaid. They have to fight for what they believe, they are deserving of, and the years of service that they put in. It's time to take care of the employees. It's time out with abusing them, threatening them, blackballing them. Every department works because of the employees. The directors manage, they direct, they give instruction, but the employees are getting the work done. And I'm not saying that the directors aren't working, but it's your staff. You're only as strong and a greater leader as your staff is. And if your staff is feeling low or they're not feeling appreciated and morale is low, how much are you going to get out of them? But I wanted to take the opportunity to say that and say thank you to the city employees also for their services. The city employees worked through COVID. Not all of them, but the ones that continued the services in the city worked through COVID. And I know that sometimes there's an issue with trash because I have an issue with trash myself. But when I see the guys at Solid Waste, they are doing their due diligence to get this trash up. Sometimes I believe that it can be overwhelming when you're short-staffed, things happen and you get overwhelmed and you just can't get everything. We need more employees. We have tons and tons and tons of vacancies in this city. Let's staff this city and let's staff this city with Trenton residents. It's time out going outside looking for people to come in to provide services and to work and get employment with the city. Staff the city with residents. I get complaints and things from seniors, from employees and from citizens. And, everybody and what they're going through, it may not be important to us individually, but it's important to them. We may not be able to solve everyone's issue, but we sure better give it a good try. So, you know, in light of all of the legislation that's on the docket this evening, with the ordinances for employment, the ordinances for improvements in the city of Trenton, the resolutions for contracts, we have to do better. Because as much money as going out of the city, I don't see it in the city. I don't see it on the ground. I don't see it in the neighborhoods. I don't see it in the communities. I don't see it in the people. People are hurting, and they're hurting bad. Not just the employees, but residents are too. And, you know, one of the members of the public spoke and said, you know, we have to get the word out to the citizens because people aren't finding out about anything. The same resident mentioned the 260 plan. There's supposed to be a meeting with regard to that. I sent some information out with regard to that, but they want to do everything virtual, where a lot of people, you know, can do virtual, but there are a lot of people that want to come in, talk about what they believe that should be done with this plan. It's something that can be held at, if we can't do it at City Hall, there's something that can be held at Trenton Central High School. All of the residents know what Trenton Central High School is. Most of us went here. Some of it, everyone knows where Trenton Central High School is. Make it available to the citizens. Information has to be made available to them. And I just don't think that that's being done with this administration. Information is not getting out to the citizens. They don't know a lot of what's going on in this city. They don't know a lot of opportunities that are afforded them in this city. A lot of them don't know they can get their homes repaired. They can get, organizations can get ARPA funds. The information is not getting to the people. And that is a major, major problem. On top of the crime, there was a shooting today. Shootings, they have not stopped. Please, we have to get this city in order. We have to get things going. Residents have to be informed so they can become engaged. People like to say that people in the city of Trenton don't want to do anything. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to respond. But if they don't know, what are they, mind readers? They can't be mind readers. They don't know. And it's our responsibility to open up and let them know what the resources are. So I'm going to leave you with that. And in hopes that things get better, we have a couple more months. And I'm going to keep speaking on it as much as I can. Because the citizens, they matter. The employees, they matter. The residents, they matter. And it's not just one group, but they all matter. Thank you.
Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, I just want to quickly say that Ms. Caitlin Fair spoke, and she spoke about a resolution that one of our former colleagues brought forward, that the city council, we did pass that support of the state legislature bill to have a police review board in the city of Trenton. We support that measure. I know it's stuck down in the state legislature, but one of the things that most folks are concerned with, that the board, any type of police board or review board without subpoena power, kind of is not going to be effective, right? Because we won't have the teeth to be able to bring about real reform while investigating police misconduct. Okay, so but this council, we are in full support of improving interaction between the police department and our communities, for sure. And particularly in our community where we have a disproportionately minority community, and historically that group of that population has had fatal encounters with the police more than any other population. So I will also say about the blight, that was a big topic, I mean, a big expense on the docket. And we look at the blight and everybody has an opinion about how to approach it, but we all know the impact to the economy, the impact to morale in the city. No one likes to come out and see it next. Some of it is next door to folks. Some of it's across the street from you. Some folks walk past it every day. People drive past it. It's just all over the place. There's not one ward or section of the city that is immune to it. And I just want to say that I'm for cleaning up this city. But I want folks to know that I'm about doing it lawfully. Because when you do things lawfully and you do things right, it all works out. And we all benefit. We all benefit then. It's not lots. It won't be an imbalance of, you know, the haves and the have-nots, or the 8%ers versus the 92%ers, right? So I would just say that with the blight, we want to make sure that government, one of my colleagues wants to say, oh, we're not doing what the people want. The people want the buildings down. Or the people want safe streets. The mayor has not been able to deliver that. The people want a good education system. We don't have that. The people want jobs. We don't have that. The people want clean parks. We don't have that. The people want to see their waterworks and their parking utility and their sewer utilities to generate the revenue and cover their budgets and to be able to fund all the services of the city. So people want a lot of things in this city that we're not getting. We want fairness. We want opportunity. And most of all, definitely public safety. We don't want folks shot down and maimed and sent to an early grave. We don't want recidivism. We don't want mass incarceration. That's why I was in full support of that ordinance to give the mayor $1.3 million to fund seasonal hires. I want to make sure that people are getting hired in the city of Trenton, and there are residents, and they're able to feed their family and make a living wage. So we will work over the next week or two to ensure that happens, and we're going to enhance that ordinance to ensure that people get those jobs. I will also say, I want to go back to the blight. There's a process to tearing down homes. You don't just tear down a home just because it's on your block and it doesn't look good and it perceives to be a risk. I'm all for that. I have one 2 doors down from my house. But I want it to be done properly and to the letter of the law. And I know the mayor is not following the law when he's going into these communities and tearing down these properties. I know it looks good, but one thing that you have to do when you tear down homes, we should definitely educate ourselves. I don't know where Dr. Lopez is on this, but there is an environmental factor here. These contractors that get these demolition projects, they're supposed to follow EPA, Environment Protection Agency regulations. They're supposed to make sure that dust is compacted, that the streets are clean, that holes are filled, that toxic waste perhaps is buried properly. Fumes, gases, things that you may not see, but will make you sick a year from now, your children, your family. So don't be so in a rush to have a bulldozer or a backhoe come into your community and tear down the property, and that demolition company has not done it properly into EPA standards or DEP standards, and didn't follow best practices or the law of tearing down that property. So we all know that, I mean, folks have already complained about one demolition project that happened over there on Martin Luther King Boulevard. They said dust was all over the place. There was no water. They were not spraying it down. They were not trying to contain it. It was all over the place. People breathing in that stuff. So please don't be in such a rush to get something done, and before you know it, and we are in another crisis, a health crisis. So our kids got to walk through all that stuff. And the other thing about tearing down these properties, you're supposed to have community meetings. You are entitled to that. You are entitled to be able to question your government as to what plan they have after they remove those buildings. They just can't come in there. I heard a councilman say, well, we showed them pictures. That's not all you can't show anybody pictures. The pictures do not tell the story, and they're not lawful items that qualify for communication to the community about a demolition effort. The government's supposed to put together a comprehensive plan. They're supposed to notify you by Postal Service. They're supposed to post it in the newspaper, advertise it in the paper, and it's supposed to tell you what areas are going to be impacted. They're supposed to send out professional surveyors, land surveyors, to determine from point A to point B as to what areas are going to be demolished. And from that, they're supposed to give you a revitalization plan. They're supposed to tell you what is going to happen once that building is down. Ms. Horn articulated that the community over on Parkside Avenue still have not heard what they're going to do with that land. So you get enough, you get rid of one problem, and you perhaps can create another, because the government didn't give you a plan. Never do nothing or accept anything without a plan. Never do nothing and accept something without somebody explaining it to you. Or you're not coming on my street and going to tear down a building, and you're not going to tell me what's going to be there, and you're not going to have a meeting on it. And that doesn't happen in other towns. I will say, my brother Sean lives in Moorestown, New Jersey, one of the most affluent towns in the state and maybe even the country. Anything that comes in that town that even looks like redevelopment, the whole community it gets a letter, gets a detailed plan attached to the letter. Their mayor sends it out, mails it out. They have a big town hall meeting. They have several council meetings dedicated to that topic and that initiative. They ask the people whether they want it, whether they don't want it, why they don't want it. So how many people, when Mayor Gus Yor went over there on Martin Luther King Boulevard and tore down JoJo's, how many people on Martin Luther King Boulevard and that surrounding community got a letter, got a plan that says what's going to be replaced there, what it's going to look like, and asked whether or not it was acceptable?
Councilwoman.
So that's why I have issues with this blight, this tearing down these buildings. And I just want to say about, I hear you, Council President. I just want to close up here about the police department and treating our residents and the people who live here, the people who pay taxes here, and the people who vote here. We need to treat them with the highest priority. The highest priority. Anybody outside of that, go to your own town. Stay in your own town. So I'm here for Trentonians, the people who live here, the people who pay taxes here, the people who vote here, and the people who operate their businesses here. All the rest of you who come here and just want to fleece us and give nothing back, stay in your own towns. Go, stay there. Council President, and I'll just yield my time. Thank you very much. Have a nice evening, and thanks for joining, and see you next meeting.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Oh, yes, there's a couple of things that I'd like to say. I am glad that I have two women that speak before me, Councilwoman Bond and now Councilwoman Wilkins, with all that knowledge, educating our residents. I am very glad that I am joined with her. What I like to tell the public is that a couple of weeks ago, after almost 4 years without taking a vacation, I went to see my special niece grandson in Florida. While I was there, some people sent me some articles from the Trentonian that there was a council member that was accusing me of having moved out of the city, having sold my house. I was very disgusted. I didn't answer to those attacks. I don't know where they were coming from. But I say the same person that have not lived in Trenton years, that live in the beach, that his mail is forwarded to somewhere around Long Branch. I don't know where he is, and I don't care. Accusing me of not living in Trenton. They even went after my family, after my dead cousin, claiming that I was putting my dead cousin's house as an address. I am living here in my dead cousin's house. Yes. They even put a photo of her house. They even found out my daughter's address in Florida and publishing my family stuff. Get on me, councilman. Don't be a coward. Do it when I'm present. I challenge you to a debate or whatever. But don't get my family involved in your bullshit. You should have been investigated, councilman. And I'm sorry that the other councilwoman was following him also, trying not to let me, I didn't want to miss a meeting. So from there, I called, joined one, and I called the other one because it was in City Hall. And they did not want me to vote. They said that I wanted to vote illegally. I don't know what's going on, people. I don't know if it's racism because dark skin Puerto Rican, or what is it? What is it? They can't stand that three dark women and a dark Puerto Rican could sit in city council. I don't know where they are coming from, but I him, especially him, the councilman, to cease and desist before this goes any further. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Councilman Michelle.
I have nothing to say.
Councilman Harrison.
Council President, I wanted to first I want to say that 22-202, the demolition of the properties on Chambers Street, the community, Tioga, Euclid, Chambers, all wanted those properties down. There was meetings about it. We've had it. Administration noted, and the communities strongly taking those buildings down. Regarding which one? 22-216, regarding the allegations about Swit Lake and some cannabis. That's a property behind Swit Lake. It's going to be in Hamilton. That's going to be a cannabis. It's not Swit Lake. They've been in business for 100 years. They do their parachute company. They do stuff during the COVID-19 for shields, stuff like that. So that wasn't true. It's another made up story. But at the end of the day, you said these are what the things that people want in a community. It's over and over the same thing. You talk about you want to move the city forward. Prime example, we had city workers who actually received the biggest salary increase. They received hazard pay. Some of my colleagues forget that they voted against the cap bank, which would have helped with a lot of the salaries. But at the end of the day, there's events that are going on this weekend. So unlike a lot of my colleagues, I actually try to help out in the community and do a lot of things. There's a Trenton sweep, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., 240 Perry Street, meeting in the rear of the building on Allen Street. Then there's a Trenton Community Day, watershed cleanup, George Page Park. That's the same on this Saturday. So at the end of the day, we want people to come out in the community and help out. It's the same thing like we just said earlier. People on Stuyvesant, I've helped out with the pantry on Stuyvesant, and then the community around there want those abandoned properties, vacant properties taken down. I think maybe our colleagues should go out in the community and they would know these things. It's pretty sad. It's sad. It's sad when people talk about what they do when nobody sees them ever out there. But then again, it's probably why some people decided they were going to run for mayor, and now that they're running away. But hey, so be it. At the end of the day, some of us are going to stay here and try to help move the city forward and get vacant properties taken down, get streets paved, move the city forward. But I think some people in this council are never going to get it. It's all about chaos, all about anarchy, all about not doing the job we got elected to, which is do what the people want. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And like everybody said, come November, some of us will be running, and we'll see how things play out. I love the city. Been here all my life, and I help every ward, not just the East Ward. And and at the end of the day, I wish we could get more people that just realize what the people want. The people want things taken care of, and this council has not been listening. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure what people are gonna run on, because at the end of the day, vacant properties, potholes, jobs, the hazard pay, which should have been taken care of, a lot of things. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And at the end of the day, Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson said it. It is weird how some of us get treated differently on here, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, the people of the city are going to be listening to this. They see who's out there in the community, and they see who truly cares. So at the end of the day, I wish the people, wish the community the best, and I hope to see you over the weekend helping out in the community. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Caldwell Wilson.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody, and I really want to thank you all for coming out to this meeting and paying attention to how city government works. May not always be the best, but at least you're participating in it, and I appreciate it. But I have a question I have to make a statement to Mr. Daniels. I received a communication from a taxpayer tonight, and it's regarding the plumbing inspector. It seems that the city of Trenton is utilizing West Windsor's inspector due to the city inspector has fallen ill for some time. So from her understanding, West Windsor inspector's last day is the end of May, and unknown when the city of Trenton inspector is returning. With that said, the West Windsor inspector's calendar is fully booked, and there are lots of residents and businesses that need their properties inspected by a rough or finalized. So moving forward, what is the city's plan of action? The city is in dire need of an inspector, even perhaps two. It appears that the city is a month behind on plumbing inspections. And it's my understanding that the city used to have 3 plumbing inspectors. So can you answer that for me, Mr. Daniels? Mr. Daniels? Mr. Cruz, is Mr. Daniels on?
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Councilwoman, I can probably help you with the answer. We have made an offer to a plumbing self-cut official already, and we are working to get that individual hired.
But what are we going to do in the meantime, since this West Windsor inspector is out? That means we don't have a plumbing inspector, and then they can't afford to allow us to have that plumbing inspector, when he gets back.
We have been in communications. We got his resume. We made an hourly rate offer, and we should be in the. I would hear from the head of the inspector hopefully tomorrow, and I can provide an answer to you and all the other council members. But as of yesterday morning, it was a done deal as far as the hourly rate. I just need to confirm that the individual has actually accepted the offer.
Okay, so and does he understand he has a backlog?
Oh yes, no, he's fully aware of that.
Okay. All right, Mr. Cruz, if you could keep me up to date on that, I would
Yes.
appreciate it.
Yes, that's not a problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank my colleagues and the public and the administration for participating in the meeting tonight and answering our questions. So everybody have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to thank everybody for joining us this evening. And I would just like to say that your opinion matters. I wanted to share something with the public this evening. So we're trying to address the budget. But before I share what I want to share with you, I just want to touch bases on the Chambers Street demolition. First of all, the Chambers Street demolition project was given to a redeveloper. On Tuesday, we asked to show us the letter that the redeveloper sent saying that he withdrew from the project. And we asked to see the resolution that his time was had expired as a redeveloper. Instead of getting those 2 pieces of documentation, we received an email from the mayor. So when people come out and start, they don't want to tear down the buildings, the people want them. When we appoint someone as a redeveloper, they are vetted. They are vetted to see if they have the their financials in order, if they can afford to do the redevelopment piece. All of that, the demolition is included in that. And so why would the city of Trenton spend $168,000 to demolish a block that a redeveloper is in charge of? It makes no sense. So when Mr. Harrison, stop it. Just cut it out. Tired of that rhetoric. Let's keep it to the facts. So this is what I want to share with the public. I'm looking at the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, financial statements and supplemental data from June the 30th of 2020 and 2021. And I just want to read something into the record. The findings in the water department: criteria: all utility receivables and reserves should be evaluated regularly to determine collectability and adjusted accordingly. Condition: in the water and sewer utility funds, there was 9,430 receivable accounts were noted with credit balances totaling 1,829,135,084. This is inclusive of an account labeled unidentified payments with a total credit balance of $144,892.01. Additionally, there were numerous accounts that may not be collectible, including 17,645 accounts with balances due over 120 days, totaling $8,393,525.92. Approximately 1,046 accounts in which the account owner is unclear. The cause of this is inadequate monitoring and management of utility receivables and reserve balances. The effect and overstatement or understatement of utility receivables and reserve balances. Recommendation: utility receivables should be monitored periodically throughout the year to determine the current status. Any amounts deemed uncollectible should be written off. Also, inactive accounts, duplicate customers, credit balances, and unexplained adjustments should be investigated further and resolved by the city. The management response to the findings. The city is in agreement with this finding and will complete and implement a corrective action plan. The person that they have over there in charge of these accounts was the budget officer for the entire city. They moved her over to the water department, and now she's in charge of those accounts. Now let's move up a year, because that was 2020. Now we're going into 2021. In the water and sewer utility funds, 9,300 receivables accounts were noted with credit balances totaling $1,837,562.18. This is inclusive of an account labeled unidentified, payments with total credit balances of $90,235.72. There were numerous accounts that may be collectible, including 16,910 accounts with balances due over 120 days, totaling $11,172,772.46. Approximately 1,085 accounts in which the account owner is unclear. Cause: inadequate monitoring and management of the utility receivables, reserves, and the balances. The same recommendation, the same answer. The city is in agreement and will complete and implement a corrective action plan. So I want you to go back from 2020, from 2021, 2020, 2019, and 2018. And every one of those years when the auditor has come into Trenton, they have found these mistakes. And every year for the last 4 years, the administration's answer was, we agree, and we will put forth an action plan. But there is no action plan. The budget officer that they took from the city and sent over to the water department has no action plan, and neither does the mayor. And this is not Kathy McBride's version. This is Marcadian version. So for the last 4 years, that's what you have. Insufficient audit trails documenting written supervisory approval of regular time entered. 3 out of 30 new hire forms requested for audit were not provided. 4 out of 30 DCA monitored approval forms requested for audit were not provided. 5 out of 30 employee employment eligibility verification forms, which is the I-9s requested to audit, were not provided. And every year, it just gets bigger and bigger. And so when DCA says to us, when are you going to start back with the budget hearings? Just take a look at what Marcadia is saying. It hasn't just started. This has been going on for the last 4 years, and there have not been a plan of action to date. To date. So when the public comes to the council meeting, what I would like to say to you, you don't have to Oprah these audits. All you have to do is go to the clerk's office and ask for the audit, the Marcadian audit for the last 4 years, and you'll see for yourself. It's shameful. And I don't even want to talk about the demolitions, because if you look at some of the pictures that Councilwoman Vaughn sent over from Stuyvesant Avenue, you will see that on those contractors have no body of color, no women, and they just keep pouring money fist over hand outside of this city. And what we have been saying for the last 4 years is that we're not going to be a rubber stamp. We're not going to be a rubber stamp. And if I have some council members that like to scoop up poop, then it's a house over here, 57 Laurel, full of it. Get your shovel and come on over here and scoop it up. But my job is to put the administration on notice that we are not going to allow you to keep sending this money out of the city, and this city looks like hell. Again, if you really want to know what is going on in the city of Trenton, just go pick up yourself a Marcadian audit, and it tells the story. I thank each and every one of you for coming this evening. I look forward to seeing you on June the 2nd, and I look forward to getting all of the information that the council need in order to do our job. Thank you so much. And Mrs. Penny Carter, I would like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Thank you so much.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Yes. I know I was trying to. It just wouldn't. It's not. Oh, there it comes up.
Have a good evening, Ms. Carter.
You too. Okay, it ended.
Yeah, just click